Chapter 2887, Taking a Risk. Chapter 2887, Taking a Risk. Dom, dom, dom. A series of rhythmic heartbeats came from the depths of the void. Yi Yuan's heart seemed to be seized by something, making his entire person want to explode. Poor work. Finally, Yi Yuan could not hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. This power was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Hegemon Cloudmount's aura. Was this the power of the Chaos Bloodstone? Yi Wugui gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "Not bad. The power of the Chaos Bloodstone is virtually irresistible below Emperor Realm. Even if you entered this stretch of nothingness, you directly exploded too. Your bloodline power is really very strong." Finished saying, he directly brought Yi Yuan and headed for the depths of the void. That heartbeat sound became stronger and stronger. Yi Yuan's heartbeat also became increasingly fiercer, as if it was being controlled. Suddenly, amidst the nothingness, a blood-red giant heart entered Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, as if somebody had given him a blow. This scene was too shocking. That blood-red heart was red until it was seemingly going to drip blood, giving people an awe-inspiring feeling. The first feeling Yi Yuan got when he saw it was that it was evil. There seemed to be something extremely terrifying inoculating in this heart. Yi Yuan did not expect that the Chaos Bloodstone was actually a heart. Furthermore, some kind of terrifying existence seemed to be currently inoculating in this heart. Yi Yuan had a strong sense of unease in his heart. Endless blood origin is contained in the Chaos Bloodstone. As long as one can obtain the recognition of the Chaos Bloodstone, advancing to Hegemon Realm will just be a matter of time, Yi Wugui said with a smile. Yi Yuan gave a look of antic. 1. Asian very appropriately, but became alert in his heart. This blood race was likely holding in store an enormous secret. "Senior, have you heard of this thing before?" Yi Yuan asked Mi Tian. Mi Tian also had a solemn look as he shook his head and said, "Unheard of. This thing is very dangerous." "Amen. I have this feeling too. Senior, can we destroy it?" Yi Yuan suddenly proposed a bold idea. Mi Tian jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Don't mess around. The thing inside here has already reached high attainment. It's absolutely not what the current you can destroy. Don't even think about it. This thing is very sensitive. You'll die." Yi Yuan was startled too. His level was much worse than Mi Tian. His perception was naturally not as profound as Mi Tian's. Even Mi Tian was so fearful. This thing must be extraordinary. He did not expect that coming here this time, he actually discovered the Ma''s secret of the blood race. The existence of the Chaos Bloodstone was absolutely top secret among the blood race's top secrets. Only the blood race's upper echelons had the qualifications to know. Yi Yuan could be let in. That was because his talent was seriously too strong, sufficient to suppress an era. But do we wait for him to be born just like this? Yi Yuan said. Mi Tian said, "This isn't where his main body lies. The Chaos Bloodstone that you see is merely a clone of his. The blood race spans the 33 heavens. Most likely, his clones are also numerous. Want to destroy him? One must find his main body." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This thing was so formidable, and it was actually not even his main body? Then how powerful was his main body? This was too terrifying. Mi Tian also stared at the Chaos Bloodstone in the distance and said with a sigh, "No wonder the blood race couldn't be eradicated from start to end. With this thing around, the blood race can't be exterminated, and the blood race is merely his tool. That's all. The blood race being addicted to blood, continuously sucking the blood of myriad races and strengthening their population, it's actually strengthening the Chaos Bloodstone." One day in the future, when he breaks out of the Chaos Bloodstone, it will probably be the catastrophe of the 33 heavens. Meteon had Partik, 1P, aided in the battle to exterminate the Blood Race too. At that time, he thought that the Blood Race was wiped out, but who knew that several 100,000 years later, the Blood Race bounced back. In these several hundred years, the Blood Race had already strengthened up anew. In just a mere grand bright jade, complete heaven, there were already dozens of Hegemon realm powerhouses. All right, you use your blood essence and offer up as a sacrifice to the Chaos Bloodstone first. Then you'll be able to establish a trace of connection with it and comprehend the origin of blood. Of course, how much you can comprehend, that will depend on your good fortune. Yi Wugui said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a crazy idea suddenly arising in his heart. Meet Tian sensed his idea right away. Boy, you're crazy. You're courting death. Tian said. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, then if he is born, do you think that the Hegemon realms across the heavens are his match? Tian was taken aback, immediately falling silent. This was just a measly little clone, and Tian already felt a great terror. Then, just how strong was his main body? Hegemon realms had strong and weak ones. Powerful Hegemon realms, their strength was unimaginable. But to match up against this Chaos Bloodstone, it was likely not sufficient too. Hence, once he is born, I'm afraid that even the thing that the Labyrinth Divine Palace couldn't accomplish would be achieved by the Blood Race. Rather than that, it's better to take a risk once. Such an opportunity probably won't come a second time. After the Blood Race comes to realize the truth that I'm a fake, it will be even harder than ascending to heaven to want to sneak in here again. Yi Yuan said. Tian said in a solemn voice, but once discovered by him, you'll be dead for sure. Yi Yuan said. He didn't discover that I'm a human, so he's not omnipotent. I have faith in my Tao. Yi Yuan's Tao was his Tao sword. The method that he spoke of was to split off a wisp of Tao sword and hide it in the blood essence, letting the Chaos Bloodstone absorb it. This was equivalent to planting a seed in the Chaos Bloodstone. It was naturally impossible for the current Tao sword to destroy the Chaos Bloodstone. But Yi Yuan was confident that there would be a chance in the future. After his strength grew, his Tao sword would become stronger too. At the critical moment, if Yi Yuan detonated the Tao sword and destroyed this clone in one stroke, even the main body would suffer serious damage too. But once this Tao sword could not hide from the Chaos Bloodstone's eyes and ears, Yi Yuan would die right away. Yi Yuan was indeed a prodigy, but he was after all only Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was indeed too risky to do so. Amen, what are you hesitating for? Yi Wugui's brows could not help furrowing when he saw that Yi Yuan did not move for a long time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, I'm not hesitating. It's just that seeing the Mother Stone for the first time, my heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Yi Wugui came to understand and said with a smile, That's of course. Our blood race is in perfect harmony with the Mother Stone. The first time you see it, it's like returning to your mother's womb. Having this shock is also ought to be. Finished saying, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, directly forcing out a drop of blood essence, flying towards the Chaos Bloodstone. This blood essence was naturally not Yi Yuan's. He only refined the blood imitation pill. He still had a human's blood in essence. If he sent it over, he would definitely be exposed. However, Yi Yuan's Tao sword suppressed many bloodkins' blood essence. Many of their blood essences were extremely powerful. Yi Yuan could naturally hide from Yi Wugui by splitting off a drop. The blood essence got closer and closer to the Chaos Bloodstone. Yi Yuan's heart rate was also accelerating. Chapter 2888, Swindling. Chapter 2888, Swindling. Swaz. H. Plus the blood essence flashed and disappeared, and Yi Yuan's heart also tensed up along with it. However, on the surface, Yi Yuan did not have any fluctuations. There was still a hegemon realm beside him. A wisp of his Tao sword was stored in the blood essence. Once the blood essence entered the chaos bloodstone, Yi Yuan felt as if his Tao sword had entered a terrifying force field. From all directions, a monstrously terrifying pressure crushed toward him. The chaos bloodstone was too terrifying. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his entire being seemingly being stared at by some kind of great terror. An inexplicable power swept through his body without restraint. Yi Yuan felt as if every hair on his body was standing on end. This kind of feeling virtually suffocated him. He knew that this was the chaos bloodstone observing him. He did not dare to make the slightest movement. His entire person seemingly turned to stone. In front of the chaos bloodstone, Yi Yuan was just like an invisible man, without the slightest secrets to speak of. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. That inexplicable power finally receded like tide water. 3 short breaths of time, but Yi Yuan felt like as long as a century, had Pa S said. In front of this level of power, all struggle was futile. Uffed. Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat, and he could not bear this enormous pressure, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. The current Yi Yuan, his entire body seemed to have been hauled out of the water, feeling a transcendence of having died once. He knew that he had finally cleared this hurdle. He had deceived the chaos bloodstone. You actually really deceived it. There was also intense shock in Mi Tian's eyes. In front of absolute strength, all schemes and intrigues were pointless. But Yi Yuan's scheme succeeded. Too inconceivable. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, although this N thing is formidable, it's still sleeping. Many things he's judging by relying on instinct. If he really wakes up, it will really be impossible to deceive him. Mi Tian had a speechless look as he said in shock, how did you do it? Yi Yuan knew what he was asking. That drop of blood essence was not Yi Yuan's. Since it was not Yi Yuan's, then the aura would naturally be different. The chaos bloodstone was the blood race's mother stone. How could it possibly deceive his probing? But Yi Yuan did it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, very simple. That drop of blood essence has already been altered by me. The aura on it is completely my Tao sword's aura. And every drop of blood in my body contains the aura of the Tao sword. That N thing judges based on aura. He's naturally unable to differentiate. Mi Tian had a dumbfounded look. The blood race's blood essence was actually altered. However, to Yi Yuan, simulating all the blood essence in his body into the aura of that drop of blood essence, this was something as hard as ascending to heaven. But if it was just altering that drop of blood essence, it was not impossible. In reality, this was just one of Yi Yuan's research into the blood race's blood essence. Yi Yuan was very proficient in refined operations. Therefore, his control over Tao had long already become subtle and exquisite. He used the power of the Tao sword and completely wiped away the aura of the blood essence's master, and imprinted the aura of the Tao sword on it. This way, the blood essence still maintained the characteristics of the blood race, but judging from the aura, it was already exactly the same as Yi Yuan. The reason why he did such an experiment was naturally in order to deal with an unexpected probing too. Entering the blood race's territory, he might not be able to avoid running into all kinds of inspections. This kind of means would be able to smoke his way through. Either way, he had a lot of blood essence on hand and could convert them casually. The blood race naturally did not expect that there was actually someone who could preserve the blood race's blood essence and carry out research. The Chaos Bloodstone could intuitively sense that drop of blood essence that fused into the Chaos Bloodstone. But to Yi Yuan's main body, he could only feel it through aura. The aura was the same, so it naturally said. Mi Tian was dumbfounded when he heard it. There was still such an approach. The heavenly alchemists were really amazing. He could even think of this kind of experiment. This was really a terrifying profession. Consider yourself ruthless. But kid, you really did something remarkable. Come one day, when your strength becomes powerful and detonates the Chaos Bloodstone's Tao sword, that D-A-M-N thing will probably cry. Mi Tian said with enthusiasm. This wisp of Tao sword clone would lie dormant in the Chaos Bloodstone. One day, when the power of the Tao sword reached a certain level, it would give this Chaos Bloodstone a deadly blow. Thump! Suddenly, the Chaos Bloodstone's beating became hastened. A blood-colored streak flew straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Wugui's gaze turned intent, his gaze having indescribable shock. This, Yi Yuan also jumped in fright. What was this D-A-M-N thing trying to do? Kid, this is blood origin. This is good stuff. Hurry up and accept it. That D-A-M-N thing has acknowledged you. Mi Tian urged. Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly, allowing that wisp of blood light to smash into his body without avoiding it. But the moment this trace of origin entered his body, Yi Yuan's Tao sword immediately operated, completely suppressing it. This was the Chaos Bloodstone's reward. It was naturally impossible to be too powerful. It was just for the sake of helping Yi Yuan comprehend origin. That was all. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would be directly blown up by the origin power. Therefore, Yi Yuan's Tao sword suppressed it easily. By the side, Yi Wugui was already completely stunned. The Chaos Bloodstone actually rewarded Yi Yuan with blood origin. This was too much. Even this hegemon realm never got rewarded with blood origin. This stretch of nothingness was teeming with the power of origin. The beating of the Chaos Bloodstone was a manifestation of origin power in the first place. Comprehending origin here would yield twice the results with half the effort. But no matter how one comprehended origin, it was also not as good as being rewarded blood origin. This blood origin was the foundation of the Chaos Bloodstone. Unless it was unavoidable, even if it was Lord W. A.N. Jizwa, it would be impossible to get any two. Now, it was actually rewarded to a measly little saint sovereign heaven. Genius. A peerless genius. A genius who shocked the world. My blood race would surely rise up across the heavens. 33 heavens, every heaven and myriad worlds tremble. This boy will let you all understand what is called despair. Yi Wugui shouted in his heart. This was the voice currently in his heart, being bestowed the origin of blood at Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Blood Dasher, this is the Mother Stone's reward to you. It looks like he approves greatly of your bloodline too. With this trace of blood origin, it's enough for you to be invincible among your peers. In the future, stepping into Hegemon Realm is virtually a certainty. In fact, you might be the myriad world's #1 Hegemon in the future. You have to cherish it well. Yi Wugui said excitedly. The myriad world's #1 Hegemon. Yi Yuan had a look of intoxication too and said with lofty sentiments, City Lord, rest assured. Blood Dasher definitely won't let down the clans and Motherstone's trust. I'll lead the blood race and trample heaven one continent flat, sweeping across the heavens and myriad worlds. Chapter 2889 Hegemon Falls. Chapter 2889 Hegemon Falls. Obtaining the origin of blood, Yi Yuan started his close seclusion life. But at this time, absolute heaven barrier had plunged into a life-and-death great battle again. In order to avenge the enmity, the Blood Race deployed 300,000 troops on South Chi Giant City, launching a fierce bombardment on South Chi Giant City. This time, it was Lord W. A. N. Jiswa who personally ordered it. These 300,000 Bloodkins were all elite troops transferred over from the rear. Their combat power was extremely intrepid. Blood Promise returned anew, being in control of this 300,000-strong army. Both sides unleashed an unprecedented life-and-death great battle at South Chi Giant City. South Chi Giant City transformed into a brutal battlefield once again. Fortunately, there was the Lesser Origin restoration art. By relying on the power of the Grand Array, South Chi Giant City still barely managed to resist the frenzied assault of the Blood Race under the huge disadvantage in military strength. And right at this time, a drastic change plunged the Heaven One Alliance into an extremely dangerous situation. On this day, South Chi Giant City and the Blood Race Army were currently fighting fiercely. Feng Xiaotian and Blood Promise fought until heaven and earth dimmed, the void trembling. Feng Xiaotian, in today's battle, either you die or I perish. Blood Promise was really risking his life this time. Not only him, but all of the Blood Race powerhouses were also attacking the city at the risk of their lives this time, completely disregarding casualties. In the past battles, after the Bloodkins were seriously injured, they would retreat at once. Therefore, their casualty rate was actually not high. But this time, each one of them was only willing to stop after fighting all the way until they were obliterated. Under this kind of circumstance, South Chi Giant City was under enormous pressure. Furthermore, the Blood Race had an army of 300,000. Although only 100,000 people could enter the Pa.S. Sageway, they could replenish troops continuously without ceasing, but on Heaven One's side, the speed of replenies, H.I. plussing troops was much slower. After the last battle, Heaven One Alliance transferred another several tens of thousands of people over to South Chi Giant City. At this time, their military strength also reached as high as 80,000. But under the Blood Race's frenzied onslaught, the casualties on South Chi Giant City's side were enormous. After half a month of sustained, frenziedly fighting, South Chi Giant City was only left with 30,000 troops. For this, the Blood Race's 100,000-strong army was completely obliterated. This casualty had never appeared in the Blood Race before. Feng Xiaotian's gaze was cold, as he said in a solemn voice, "Even if we fight down to the very last man, you all can forget about taking half a step into South Chi Giant City too." Boom! Right at this time, a huge noise came from above the absolute heaven barrier. A mighty aura was currently dying swiftly. Feng Xiaotian's expression changed wildly, his eyes full of shock. Above the absolute heaven barrier, someone died. That was the aura of Hegemon Edgeless. Hegemon Edgeless fell. For these few thousand years, Heaven One Alliance's Hegemon realms had never died before. But this time, somebody finally fell. This death would trigger a series of chain reactions. The consequence was too terrifying. Ha ha ha! Hegemon Blood Sky succeeded. Once Edgeless, that D-am-N thing dies, the absolute heaven barrier will become weak, and South Chi's Pa.S. Sageway will open up. Feng Xiaotian, today will be your hour of doom. Blood Promise had clearly felt it too. He let out a wild laugh, being pleased to the extreme. The absolute heaven barrier was jointly set up by the hegemons. Once one person died, the effects would be diminished. South Chi Giant City was the weakest place, so the Pa.S. Sageway here would surely have a large opening be opened up. More Bloodkins would enter the Pa.S. Sageway. Conspiracy. A huge conspiracy. The Blood Race's target this time was not South Chi Giant City at all. They were aiming for Hegemon Edgeless. But once Hegemon Edgeless died, South Chi Giant City would be in danger too. Children, all enter the Pa-S, Sageway, and kill for me. Blood Promise voice shook the sky. The remaining 200,000 Bloodkin army rushed into the Pa-S, Sageway frenziedly. Feng Xiaotian's mind shook wildly. An army of 200,000. This force was too terrifying. South Chi Giant City only had 30,000 people remaining now. It was simply impossible to block these 200,000 troops. What on earth happened over at the absolute heaven barrier? But at this time, he could not help but be shocked too. His gaze turned intent, and he said loudly, "Brothers, Hegemon Edgeless has fallen. We already have no path of retreat. Once South Chi Giant City is breached, the hundreds of millions of living things behind us will become meals in the bellies of the Blood Race. We cannot fall." I believe that the Hegemons already know about the unexpected turn of events here. This battle will be the turning point of Heaven One's war with the Blood Race. Starting from today, Heaven One will surely swarm out in full force and engage in the final decisive battle with the Blood Race. But if South Chi Giant City is lost, we won't even have the chance for a final battle anymore. Brothers, this city lord knows that you all aren't afraid of death. But we can't die. Brothers, please join me and defend South Chi to the death. 1 month, just 1 month's time, our hope will be rekindled. Each and every one of the powerhouses left in the city had incomparably solemn gazes. They knew that the true moment of life and death had arrived. This battle was even more perilous and even fiercer than the previous one. They all practically had little hope of survival anymore, including Feng Xiaotian, but they proceeded without hesitation. And, "Oh," Body answered Feng Xiaotian. At this moment, the 30,000-strong army was silent. There were no grandiose words or valiantness, but they had incomparably firm eyes. Seeing their looks, Feng Xiaotian was very gratified. "Kill." Under Feng Xiaotian's word of command, the army of 30,000 charged out crazily. 20 days later, below the city, corpses scattered everywhere. South Chi Giant City's 30,000 troops actually miraculously blocked the Blood Race's army of 200,000 for as long as 20 days. Under desperate circumstances, the Heaven One army exhibited an Astonies. Plussing will. They did not seek death. They were holding on firmly for 1 last month. Under this kind of steel will, they defeated the Blood Race army's onslaught time and again. However, the battle was extremely tragic too. At this time, the army of 30,000 was only left with half. Furthermore, everyone was injured. The city protecting Grand Array was already severely damaged too. The heavenly formation masters guarding the array formation were practically wiped out. Even City Lord Feng Xiaotian was seriously injured too. The powerhouses around him got fewer and fewer. In each battle, he would have to face more than 5 origin powerhouses. However, although they had created a miracle, South Chi Giant City was only left with 1 last breath before completely falling into the enemy's hands. They did not know how many more salts from the Blood Race they could still hold back. But thinking about it, they probably could not hold out for a month. See at Blood Promise Camp, Blood Promise was scolded with a torrent of abuse. "Are you a pig? With 200,000 Blood Race elites, countless powerhouses, you actually couldn't take down the South Chi Giant City that's guarded by 30,000 people. This seat and Hegemon Blood Sky have virtually fallen before exchanging for such a battle opportunity. If any more mishaps happen again, carry your head to see me." Hegemon Eugene was bellowing madly at Blood Promise. The current Hegemon Eugene had a very weak aura. Clearly, he had suffered serious wounds. killing a hegemon in the absolute heaven barrier. It would not be without paying a price. Except, he did not think that the battle opportunity that he had won by paying the price of risking death, Blood Promise, actually could not take it down. This drove people too freaking crazy. Blood Promise's face already turned into the color of pig liver. He also did not expect that 200,000 troops actually could not even take down South Chi Giant City. One had to know 100,000 people in the past would have already killed until South Chi Giant City would be close to crumbling. Of course, the city protecting Grand Array was a very important aspect. But Blood Promise never expected that the Heaven One army, which Feng Xiaotian led, actually erupted with such a terrifying will at the moment of desperation. Each time, they looked like they were about to succeed. But in the end, it was still one step short of success. Recently, he had really been down on his luck, suffering cruise. Plussing defeats at South Chi Giant City repeatedly. Lord Eugene, rest assured. Give me another 5 days. Within 5 days, I'll definitely take down South Chi Giant City. Blood Promise said. Eugene's expression was cold as he said, "This is what you said." Chapter 2890 Blood Divine Sun. Chapter 2890 Blood Divine Sun. These few days, Yi Yuan had been in the void, all this time, comprehending the origin of blood. Bloodline was a very miraculous thing. It was born from heavenly Tao and possessed great fortune, and could create everything in heaven and earth. This origin of blood was profound and complicated to the extreme. Yi Yuan's present realm was too low and was unable to pry into the essence at all. However, Yi Yuan's bloodline talent was extremely strong too. But this blood origin made him understand a little. Currently, Yi Yuan's realm had long already reached the limit of Saint Sovereign Heaven, and he could break through to true Sovereign Heaven at any time. Actually, after accepting the origin of blood, Yi Yuan's realm had already reached the brink of shattering. However, it was suppressed by him. But true Sovereign Heaven was different from Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. As long as he broke through, the aura of the Tao Sword would no longer be able to be concealed, and the Tao Tribulation would descend immediately. Therefore, Yi Yuan was currently suppressing his realm desperately. His strength had long already suppressed lower true Sovereign Heaven. Breaking through was effortless to him. Yi Yuan did not know how terrifying this Tao Tribulation would be once he broke through. All in all, it would be very terrifying. As soon as he exited seclusion, Yi Yuan discovered that something was wrong. The great victory that came from the front lines spread in the entire Blood D temple with fervor. Even if he did not want to know, he could not do it either. It's really an unprecedented great victory this time. Killing a hegemon realm, the absolute heaven barrier is already in a precarious situation. Our blood race's hegemon realms are getting more and more, but Heaven One's hegemon realms are getting fewer and fewer. When one aspect was weaker, the others would be stronger. The day when we unify Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven isn't far anymore. Hegemon Blood Sky is amazing too. The last time, when he received a backlash due to the spatial Pa-S Sageway, after he consumed hegemon blood and went into closed seclusion, his strength grew significantly instead. This time, he used the spatial confinement technique and ambushed hegemon Edgeless, completely sealing him off. He really rendered a great contribution. However, South Chi Giant City's battle doesn't seem to be going too smooth. Lord Blood Promise has already attacked wildly for close to 20 days, and actually still couldn't take it down. Hearing these discussions, Yi Yuan's heart sunk to the bottom of the valley. Absolute Heaven Barrier actually lost to hegemon. This was simply a bolt out of the blue to Heaven One. Furthermore, South Chi Giant City was actually currently suffering a frenzied assault now. An army of 300,000 besieging South Qi Giant City actually still had not conquered it after attacking for 20 days. Feng Xiaotian was amazing. Hearing the news, Yi Yuan no longer had the mind to continue staying in the blood race anymore too. He was just about to go find Yang Qing, but Yang Qing was already one step ahead of him. These few days his heart was burning with anxiety, waiting for Yi Yuan to leave seclusion all this while. No need to say any more. We'll go back immediately. Yi Yuan said, How do we go back? Yang Qing asked with uncertainty. Of course, it's swaggering back. Finished saying that, Yi Yuan immediately left. Yi Yuan went to find Yi Wugui right away. The other party's mood currently was clearly pretty good too. A monster like Yi Yuan appearing in the clan, the front lines also achieved a great victory. The present blood race was really like the noonday sun. Blood Azure, you came just in time. This seat is looking for you for something. Yi Wugui said very warmly. Although he was a hegemon, he also did not dare to treat Yi Yuan with too much impropriety now. An existence that the Mother Stone split off a trace of origin for. What kind of level he could reach in the future was really hard to say. Amen. City Lord, Your Excellency is finding me for something? Yi Yuan asked uncertainly. Yi Wugui said with a smile, It's naturally a wonderfully joyous thing. Lord W. And Jizwa has already decided to confer you as Blood Divine Son. Within the next few days, he'll announce to the entire blood race and conduct the conferment grand ceremony. Today, Absolute Heaven Barriers battle has already made a major breakthrough. My blood race is really blessed with two joyous events at the same time. Blood Divine Son, this ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. The blood race had Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, true Sovereign 100 Sons, and also the Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. But there was not a Blood Divine Son yet. Who was the Blood Divine Son? That was the entire blood race's future. Only a powerful existence who was acknowledged by the entire clan had the qualifications to be conferred as Blood Divine Son. These few thousand years, the blood race had given birth to countless geniuses. But no one had been conferred as Blood Divine Son. At present, Yi Yuan, a human, actually did it, becoming the Blood Divine Son. Yi Yuan's status in the blood race shall become extremely transcendent. He would be the successor of W. N. G. Swa. Yi Yuan could not help being taken back when he heard that. But thinking about it, he felt at ease too. He obtained the Mother Stone's reward. This held great significance. His Tao sword was a heaven-defying object. When the Mother Stone felt the aura of the Tao sword, it showed a seldom-seen acknowledgement of him. This time, he really earned big. But Yi Yuan did not show the expected joy, shaking his head and saying, Blood Dasher has yet to make the smallest contribution. I can't take on the T of Blood Divine Son, yet for the time being. Yi Wugui said in surprise, Oh, what do you mean by this? Yi Yuan said solemnly, South Qi Giant City has been fighting fiercely without rest. It's precisely the time to build my career. Since Blood Azure wants to become Blood Divine Son, then how can breaking the absolute heaven barrier, this kind of a stonies, plussing exploit, do without me? Yi Wugui frowned and said, But South Qi Giant City is very dangerous. It's probably not appropriate for you to go. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, City Lord, Your Excellency, if I died at South Qi Giant City, then am I still fit to become the Blood Divine Son? Furthermore, does my blood race have anyone who fears battle? Yi Wugui's pupils constricted, and he said with a nod, Okay, what you said is right. I'll go and report to Lord W. And Jizwa immediately and request him to make a final decision. Yi Yuan said, Since I'm going, then it naturally can't be me going alone. Presently, the true Sovereign Hundred Sons and Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons have just been chosen. They enjoy numerous privileges from the clan and should naturally serve the blood race too. City Lord, Your Excellency, please let Yi Yuan lead them and render a contribution without equal. The next day, Yi Yuan brought the true Sovereign Hundred Sons and Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons and left Blood G. O. D Temple, returning to Heaven One continent. At the same time, the Blood G. O. D Temple announced to the world, conferring Blood Azure as the Blood Divine Son, after Blood Azure broke through the absolute heaven barrier and achieved a contribution without equal, he would undergo the conferment grand ceremony. The moment this matter emerged, the entire blood race boiled over with excitement. The impact of this matter was too great. Who was the previous Blood Divine Son? It was none other than precisely Lord W. A N Jizwa. Furthermore, since Lord W. A N Jizwa ascended to the throne, there had been no more Blood Divine Son. Today, another Blood Divine Son actually appeared. However, no one questioned it. The might that Yi Yuan displayed during the Hundred Sons battle was suffocating. If even this kind of monster could not be conferred as the Blood Divine Son, who else was worthy, well deserving of being Lord Blood Divine Son? Before carrying out the conferment grand ceremony, he rushed to the most dangerous South Qi giant city. The blood race is mighty. Lord Blood Divine, Son coming into being, our blood race shall unify all the heavens. Lord Blood Divine Son shall return triumphantly and unify grand bright jade, complete heaven. When they set off, all eyes were gathered. The true Sovereign Hundred Sons and Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons all felt an upsurge of emotion. Although they were just a mere 201 people, each of them was worth 100. These 200 people were sufficient to match up to an army of tens of thousands. Moreover, there was still Yi Yuan, this freak. He had once slaughtered tens of thousands of those in the same rank with his power alone. At this time, everyone of the blood race believed that this team shall be the final straw to overwhelm South Qi Giant City. Chapter 2891, Making a Show of Force. Chapter 2891, Making a Show of Force. Outside of absolute heaven, there were cheers. Within absolute heaven, dark clouds were dense. The blood race conferred the Blood Divine Son. This kind of major event naturally transmitted into the absolute heaven barrier too. This undoubtedly piled even more troubles on the Heaven One Alliance, which was facing an internal revolt and a foreign invasion. Everyone, fellow Taoist edgeless, demise dealt too great of a blow to us. Absolute heaven barrier's gap will enlarge further. Originally, this seat wanted to let all the sex elites cultivate with peace of mind in the rear, hoping that 1 or 2 hegemon realms could be produced. But now, it probably can't be done anymore. In the absolute heaven barrier, Divine Lord's voice was very heavy. The chain reaction triggered by Edgeless' demise was seriously too big. His death affected not just South Qi Giant City, but the entire absolute heaven barrier. Losing a hegemon realm force, the power of the absolute heaven barrier was naturally greatly reduced too, and the various major cities' sageways would also expand. There would be more bloodkins entering them. This way, the crisis that they would face would be all around. Each city needed even more powerhouses to be garrisoned before they could block the blood race's offensive. But after so many years, Heaven One's losses were seriously too heavy. In these 20 over days, Heaven One Alliance was already forcibly drafting itinerant cultivators to enter the various major cities. This bunch of blood race BASTARDS is unbelievably insidious. Humph. Scared of what? At most, just fight it out. If they really press your father into a corner, Even if I die, a few others from the blood race will be dragged down too. Hegemon Cloudmount said with a cold snort. Old man Cloudmount, stop ting here. The urgent matter on hand is what to do about South Chi there. Hegemon Blacksun said. What else can we do? These are extraordinary times. The various sex disciples are mostly training outside. Rounding up the disciples also needs time. There are still 10 days. As long as they can last 10 days, it will naturally be fine. If they can't last, then just hope for the best. Hegemon Cloudmount's face had a rarely seen look of solemnness. Clearly, the situation at present was already bad until it could not be worse. This time, I'm afraid that it's very difficult. The blood race has chosen a new blood divine son. This is a powerhouse that's sufficient to suppress an era. He brought the new Saint Sovereign and true Sovereign 100 Sons, and has already arrived at Giant Net City. These 200 people are enough to hold off an army. Divine Lord's words revealed some helplessness. The rest also fell silent. Hegemon Cloudmount's expression stirred, and he suddenly said, I say, you guys, would ye Yuan that brat be among these Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, or not? If there's him being an inside man, maybe we have a glimmer of hope. Hegemon Blacksun smiled disdainfully and said, Cloudmount, is your head spoiled? Saint Sovereign 100 Sons are born in the blood G. Oh, D Temple. How many tricks the blood race have. Even you and I don't know. Can he, a mere Saint Sovereign Heaven, really deceive all the hegemons? If he really went to take part in the 100 Sons battle, he'd probably be long dead at this time. The moment Cloudmount heard, he could not help sighing slightly too. Although Yi Yuan's blood imitation pill was incredible, the blood race's various means were very strange. No one could guarantee that there were some means to be able to find out. Then we can only depend on Feng Shaotian himself this time. Divine, Lord said, helplessly, kneel down. Blood divine son, your highness, this liege is making you kneel, can't understand. Blood sword knelt down with a look of unwillingness. At this time, all eyes were watching. City Lord Su Mu led everyone to welcome Yi Yuan's party. The entire city was paying close attention. Presently, Yi Yuan's status had become different, comparable to that of a hegemon realm. Hence, the welcoming standards naturally could not be lowered. But they never expected that upon meeting, Yi Yuan dealt an opening gambit, directly making Bloodsword kneel. Bloodsword was an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse, Giant Net City's deputy city lord. This kind of powerhouse, his status was not low even in the blood G. OD Temple. Now, he actually knelt down in front of the entire city. In reality, Su Mu and Bloodsword had been paying attention to the 100 Sons battle all this while, especially Bloodsword. He had been waiting for Yi Yuan to make a spectacle of himself all along. Wasn't he awesome? One had got to know that there were too many amazing people in the entire blood race, but the more he paid attention to it, the more slapped in the face he felt. It turned out that Yi Yuan had not even exerted half of his strength in Giant Net City. Going to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, Yi Yuan similarly swept all away. In the end, he even turned the battle of Saint Sovereign 100 Sons into a joke, everyone fighting to concede defeat. At that time, he felt like his chest was going to burst. What the H-E-L-L? Was there still justice or not? However, very soon, a piece of news that made him shudder came over. Yi Yuan actually became the blood divine son. Even if he was Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, number 1, sweeping away all Saint Sovereign heavens, Bloodsword also would not dread Yi Yuan at all. But blood divine son was completely different. This was the next king. Obtaining this news, Bloodsword found it difficult to stomach blood and sleep easily at night. Sure enough, the moment they met today, Yi Yuan immediately enacted revenge. Yi Yuan looked at Bloodsword and said with a cold smile, "You feel that you're Emperor Sakura Heaven, so it's very impressive, right?" Bloodsword broke out in cold sweat and said, "I dare not." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "This liege told you back then, Emperor Sakura Heaven is nothing in my eyes. Back then, you shrugged it off. But you didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly, right?" Bloodsword hurriedly said, "I dare not." Yi Yuan's eyes were like lightning, and he said with a cold snort, "My blood race warriors only have the right to survive by continuously improving in battles. Being killed, they can only blame themselves for being less skilled than others. Killed a descendant of yours, and you want to take revenge on this liege? So, if this liege wants to kill you now, is it also as simple as killing an ant?" Bloodsword sweated heavily and was practically crying. "Blood divine son, your highness, spare my life." By the side, Blood Promise could not continue watching anymore and could only step forward to urge him. He said, "Blood divine son, your highness." Bloodsword was also overly anxious about his beloved son and didn't have the intention to offend your highness. "Please, shut up for this liege. You fool led an army of 300,000 elites and actually couldn't even take down a measly little South Chi giant city, and you actually still have the face to speak up for him? This liege hasn't settled scores with you yet." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he scolded angrily. The current Yi Yuan was really awe-inspiring, killing G. Oh, DS if G. Oh, DS blocked. By the side, Yang Qing was envious to the extreme. You, a human, freaking ran to the blood race to make such a show of force. It is really unbelievably satisfying. This T of Blood Divine Son was really too useful. Look at these Emperor Sakura Heavens. Which of them were not major powers level powerhouses? But they were like grandsons in front of Yi Yuan, unable to even retort. Awesome. Satisfying. Sure enough, Blood Promise's expression became as uncomfortable like he was constipated, forcefully pus. Plussing back down the words at the back. Yi Yuan did not care about their feelings. He was about to reveal his ident. 1. Tysoon. Not using authority when it was valid, it would become invalid after expiration. At this time, he naturally had to posture to the extreme. Why? Reprimanding you, and you're unreconciled to it. In another few days, when Heaven One that side replenishes the troops, can you take down South Chi Giant City if I give you another 300,000? Yi Yuan stared intently at Blood Promise, making the latter feel a chill run down his spine. He really did not have the confidence when it came to this. Seeing Yi Yuan fly off the handle, he could only retreat Imbara. As Sedley, Gem Eugene, Bloodsword had once attempted to harm this liege. This liege is going to kill him now. You don't have objections, right? Yi Yuan said, nonchalantly as he looked toward Hegemon Eugene, who was not far away. Chapter 2892, Deciding with a Word. Chapter 2892, Deciding with a Word. Eugene was slightly shocked in his heart. Everyone said that this new blood divine son killed people without batting an eyelid. Upon meeting today, it was indeed the case. Bloodsword was Emperor Sakura Heaven. You're killing him as you please? Making drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge was the first order of business to kill an Emperor Sakura Heaven? Impressive. This Bloodsword is an Emperor Sakura Heaven after all. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, his hegemon road has basically been cut off already. If he's killed, he's killed. What does it matter? Could it be that our blood race is short of an Emperor Sakura Heaven? While that might be the case, but Emperor Sakura Heaven was Emperor Sakura Heaven after all. It was also not that easy for the blood race to groom an Emperor Sakura Heaven, but Yi Yuan's domineeringness still made Hegemon Eugene somewhat dissatisfied. No matter what, he was a hegemon too. Could you not save some face for me? By the side, Bloodsword's complexion was long already ashen as he complained tearfully, Your Highness, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my lowly life. The great battle is about to start right away. It will also be a good thing for you to let me go kill a few Heaven One powerhouses. Kill your head. Your father wants to kill you, so that fewer people will die at your hands. No need. Having you or missing you is inconsequential. It's been more than 20 days. You all have not taken South Chi Giant City either. What do I want you for? Blood Promise, he's your subordinate. You do it, Yi Yuan said to Blood Promise with a nonchalant look. Actually, Yi Yuan wanted to kill Blood Promise more. This guy was the real butcher. The Heaven One powerhouses that died at his hands were beyond count. One should not look at how Blood Promise suffered losses at Feng Xiaoyan's hands repeatedly. He was a genuine origin powerhouse. In terms of strength, he was not the slightest bit weaker than those extreme medicine sect pavilion elders. Otherwise, having lost an army of 100,000 the last time, it was impossible for the blood race to let him take charge of this army again. It could be seen that the blood race quite acknowledged his strength as well. Blood Promise used an affirming gaze and looked toward hegemon Eugene. The latter nodded slightly, which was counted as approving it. Hegemon Eugene was helpless too. The new Blood Divine Son was a popular man. If he could not even take care of this first order of business, the Blood Divine Son would not spare him too. At that time, probably even Lord W. A. and G's would be looking for trouble. Therefore, he could only sacrifice Bloodsword. Seeing this scene, Bloodsword's complexion was ashen, knowing that he was dead for sure. Blood Promise let out a sigh and said, Younger brother Bloodsword, I'm sorry. This is the first order that His Highness gave. This seat can't defy it either. Finished saying, Blood Promise's palm pressed against Bloodsword's head and spat out a force. The latter was directly annihilated. From start to end, Bloodsword did not dare to resist in the slightest. Behind Yi Yuan, Yang Qing's heart was about to jump out. This was too freaking awesome. One sentence, and an Emperor Sakra, Heaven Powerhouse, died. One had to know, how great a price did Heaven One had to pay to kill an Emperor Sakra Heaven? Even if there was the help of the city protecting Grand Array, wanting to kill an Emperor Realm Powerhouse was also as hard as ascending to heaven. In the great battle under the Absolute Heaven Barrier, there were many wounded but few deaths. For so many years, the Emperor Realm Powerhouses that Heaven One really killed were actually not many either. On the contrary, many of the Blood Race's Emperor Realm Powerhouses died at the hands of their own people. But today, Yi Yuan decided with a word, eradicating a mighty Emperor Sakra, Heaven Expert. Wonderful! After the Blood Race learned that their Blood Divine Son was actually a human, Yang Qing wondered what kind of reaction it would be like. Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. Blood Promise had a troubled expression too. Bloodsword was considered his subordinate, and his relations, I plus P with him, was still considered pretty good. Today, he actually personally ended him. Blood Promise, you seem to be very reluctant. Yi Yuan looked at Blood Promise and said with a smile that was not a smile. Blood Promise was startled in his heart and hurriedly said, why would I? Bloodsword, he actually dared to plot to murder your highness. That's his way of seeking death. This subordinate is honored to the extreme to be able to act for your highness. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, Don't pull this C-R-A-P with this liege. Blood Promise, you're a piece of Troz. Plus this army of 300,000 were all drawn from the elites who partook. 1P aided in the Hundred Suns battle. Their combat power increased more than tenfold compared to before. Even like this, you failed to take down South Chi Giant City. Blood Promise had a look of embarrassment as he said, "Yes, Your Highness is right. Your Highness, please give me a few more days." An origin powerhouse was scolded as trash by someone just like that. But he did not have any temper at all, and he even had to humor Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves and said lightly, "No need." 3 days later, launch the general offensive. Emperor Realm powerhouses will be commanded by you. Those under Emperor Realm will be commanded by this liege. This liege will let you know how incompetent you are. With one sentence, he directly stripped Blood Promise of his military power. With regards to this, Blood Promise was naturally very disdainful in his heart. Not being in his position, one totally would not know how difficult this battle was. This time, he really led his men in a charge, fighting with Feng Xiaotian until both sides were wounded and defeated and did not shrink back at all. However, it still made no difference. Each time, they would see hope of breaching the city. But every time, they would return in defeat. Really think that you can change all these because you're the Blood Divine Son? War was not just about competing in strength. However, he did not care too much about Yi Yuan seizing power. It would be best for this battle to fail. With Blood Divine Son, His Highness, as the meek cuz. H.I. plus on. His failure would not seem so conspicuous anymore. With Your Highness personally holding down the fort, our blood race will surely win this battle. Breaking down the absolute heaven barrier will be 3 days later. Blood Promise curried favor, as he said. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Blood Promise, don't give me that. Now, lead this liege to take a look at South Chi Giant City." No matter how one looked at him, Yi Yuan behaved like a complacent genius. Such a genius was also the easiest to suffer a disastrous defeat. Blood Promise was filled with disdain in his heart. No matter how amazing you were also merely just a puny little saint sovereign heaven. Really think that you could dictate this way on your own? However, Yi Yuan's approach was quite agreeable with giant net cities' blood race powerhouses. This Blood Divine Son was decisive in going for the kill and executed things in a sweeping manner. He was a good commander-in-chief. Everyone felt invigorated with such a Blood Divine Son. Yi Yuan swept across those in the same rank in the 100 Sons battle. It had already swept with great fervor. Presently, Yi Yuan was simply a D-like existence in their hearts. Very soon, Yi Yuan brought the 100 Sons powerhouses and Pa-S, said through the Pa-S sageway, arriving outside of South Chi Giant City. Seeing the present South Chi Giant City, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing's hearts shook wildly. He was really unable to imagine how Feng Xiaotian and the powerhouses in the city pulled through these 20 days. There were corpses everywhere outside the city. In this brief respite, no one went to collect the dead bodies either. It was because the powerhouses in the city were mulating all of their strength to prepare for the next frenzied great battle. South Chi Giant City was already in utter dilapidation. The city protecting Grand Array had also lost its fierceness back than a long time ago. The scattered formation path powerhouses were currently using the lesser origin restoration art to repair the array formation. It was just that even with the lesser origin restoration art, there was no way to restore the array formation to its peak within a short time either. This was because those formation path powerhouses were already pretty much all dead. During the past 20 days, it was an endless darkness to South Chi Giant City. The appearance of Yi Yuan's party made South Chi Giant City immediately go on alert. Feng Xiaotian was the first to rush up on top of the city walls, looking over here from afar. When his gaze landed on that figure right at the front, his entire person was immediately petrified. The shock in his heart simply could not be any greater. Chapter 2893, Are You Trash or Not? Chapter 2893, Are You Trash or Not? I assent that Yi Yuan. Why did Blood Promise have an obsequious appearance standing next to him? This was too fantastical. A human Saint Sovereign Heaven ran to the blood race, and even an Origin Realm Emperor, Sakra. Heaven had to be reverent and respectful towards him. Yi Yuan naturally changed his appearance when he went to the blood race, but others did not know that that was Yi Yuan, but Feng Xiaotian knew. Before leaving, Yi Yuan left with this appearance and this aura. See, could it be that he's... No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotian seemed to have thought of something and could not help shuddering. He was going to defy this idea instinctively. But apart from that ident, Tai, why would an existence like Blood Promise be so deferential and respectful towards him? This was too shocking. Originally, hearing the news that the new Blood Divine Son had arrived, Feng Xiaotian had despaired. Although the Blood Divine Son's strength was nothing to do, in this kind of war, the function of Saint Sovereign Heavens and true Sovereign Heavens were indispensable. A squad of 200 people was sufficient to match up to an army of 30,000. Moreover, there was still a blood race army of 200,000 behind these 200 people. But now, Yi Yuan stood in front of him, having become the blood race's Blood Divine Son. That's the blood race's new Blood Divine Son? Looks nothing more than that. Don't underestimate him. You're also aware of how many casualties the Saint Sovereign and true Sovereign Hundred Sons have caused us for so many years. This Blood Divine Son must be even more extraordinary. This guy is really arrogant. He's patrolling on top of the city walls so openly and brazenly. Does he really think that we don't dare to kill him? In the city, many powerhouses revealed killing intent. They had long already hated the blood race to the core, let alone that the people who came this time, their ident. Ties were extraordinary. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowing slightly as he said in a cold voice, There are at most 10,000 over people in this South Qi giant city. You can't even take down such a city. Blood Promise, you're really a piece of dross. Plus, this was already not Yi Yuan's first time calling him trash. Blood Promise wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with one palm, but sadly he could not. Yi Yuan scolded. He could only listen. Your Highness isn't aware. These guys put up a stubborn resistance. It's really a tough bone to bite on. After the great battle begins, Your Highness will know how stubborn these guys are. Blood Promise defended himself. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and he actually rushed straight for South Qi Giant City. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did he go insane? It was true that the blood race was powerful, but you, a Saint Sovereign Heaven, was this trying to defy the heavens? Really think that after you became the Blood Divine Son, you became invincible under the heavens? Please, one of their Emperor realms could smack you to death with a slap, all right? SI, of course, Yi Yuan would not be foolish enough to go and Salt Emperor realms. He was going for the Heaven One main camp. The main camp was separate from the Emperor realms. Otherwise, once Emperor realms fought, how could those under Emperor realms still survive? Seeing Yi Yuan make a move, many Heaven One Emperor realms were eager for action. Feng Xiaotian said nonchalantly without leaving a trace, Although my Heaven One is weak, it's also not what a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven can trample recklessly. Let him posture. This city lord wants to see how much capability this new Blood Divine Son has. Feng Xiaotian was absolutely paramount at South Qi Giant City. The words that he said, there were naturally no one who refuted. Moreover, These emperor realms were also quite interested in Yi Yuan, this blood divine son. What kind of genius could become the blood race's blood divine son? Blood Promise's scalp tingled. Was this fellow brain damaged? If the blood divine son were to die here, he would not be able to clear his name even by jumping into the Yellow River. However, seeing that Feng Xiaotian did not move either, he calmed down slightly. Before entering the Grand Array, Yi Yuan gave Feng Xiaotian a look. Seeing this look, Feng Xiaotian's heart, that had been tense for over 20 days, finally eased up. Although he did not spend a long time with Yi Yuan, they became the firmest of friends. At this time, one look was enough. He knew that Yi Yuan was telling him that he would settle the blood race's side. He did not know what kind of means Yi Yuan had to be able to block an army of 200,000, but he had faith in Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan actually became the blood divine son. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would never have dreamed it, right? This sort of thing already said their understanding. Even this kind of miracle happened. So what else did he have to not trust Yi Yuan? Boom. The city protecting Grand Array directly landed, and all kinds of terrifying attacks fell toward Yi Yuan. That power made everyone's complexions turn pale. The direction of the main camp was the weak spot of the Grand Array, which was also to deal with some troops below Emperor Realm. But no matter how weak, it was sufficient to kill a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven too. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's body erupted with a brilliant blood light. A surge of origin power gushed forth, protecting him firmly in the center. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually withstood the Grand Array and rushed into the main camp. In the main camp, those soldiers were greatly astonished, charging toward Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan had a disdainful look as he said in a cold voice, "A bunch of ants also dare to stop this liege's invincible might. Die for me. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's hands fired out rays of bloodlight. Those Saint Sovereign Heavens, even some true Sovereign Heaven, died upon contact. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan killed nearly 100 people. Feng Xiaotian's expression could not help changing drastically at this time, saying in a fierce voice, "Blood Dasher punk, this city lord is definitely going to tear you to shreds." However, at this time, Yi Yuan already pulled away, sing right through the Grand Array, returning to his own camp. The blood race's side was deathly silent. This was too impressive. Russ, plus ing into the Heaven One's main camp by himself and retreating unscathed after killing 100 people. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Everyone's gazes turned toward Blood Promise with strange faces. Just now, you said that this bone was very tough to bite. Your words had yet to fade, and His Highness already went to kill and came back. This face was slapped resoundingly. The sound of face slapping seemed to be traveling through the air. Yi Yuan looked at Blood Promise and said, "Coolly, this is the tough bone that you said was hard to chew on?" Blood Promise had a look of embarrass. Meant, as he said, "Why your Highness's invincible might is unmatched. Blood Promise is far inferior." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Inferior? This liege said that you're trash, but you weren't convinced. Now, do you think you're trash or not?" "I am Tross. H. Plus, Blood Promise wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Too freaking embarrass. Sing. You, Blood Promise, led an army of several 100,000 and failed to invade after attacking for many centuries. The moment Blood Divine Son His Highness came, he breached it on his own. Although it was just circling one round and casually killed a few people, this was a crazy face-slapping act to Heaven One, a wild show of contempt. Could he, Blood Promise, do it? Whatever Heaven One was powerful. Whatever put up a stubborn resistance, it was utter rubbish. H. Plus in the end, he was a piece of dross. H. Plus, your highness is mighty. Your highness divine, might is unparalleled. The blood race will unify grand bright jade, complete heaven today. Waves of cheering erupted behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's slight display of skill directly boosted the blood race's morale to the extreme. Chapter 2894 sold and still counting money. Chapter 2894 sold and still counting money. Giant Net City was completely boiling over with excitement. Blood Divine Son His Highness went on a solo run and directly punched through South Chi Giant City. This kind of glorious battle achievement was unprecedented. Furthermore, Blood Divine Son, His Highness, actually had the power of origin on his body. There was actually the power of origin on a Saint Sovereign Heaven's body. The general populace did not know the existence of the Chaos Bloodstone, but it did not matter. It was sufficient for them to know that a Saint Sovereign Heaven had the power of origin in his body. Yi Yuan's prestige had no equal for some time. Even when Eugene heard this news, he was stunned too. He felt that this Blood Divine Son was unreliable and somewhat had grandiose ambitions without real ability. He did not expect that he really had some skill. Even with the power of origin protecting, it was not an easy thing to pierce through South Chi Giant City either. Otherwise, Blood Promise, these few origin powerhouses would have long charged over. The encouragement that this battle brought to the blood race was enormous. They deeply believed that Giant Net City's army could break through the absolute heaven barrier under the lead of the Blood Divine Son and render a peerlessly amazing contribution. What Yi Yuan wanted was precisely this effect. 3 days later, the army was done assembling. Even though it was said that it was 200,000 people, actually there were only 180,000 at present. In these few days of sieging the city, the blood race still lost 20,000. Yi Yuan stood before the army, awe-inspiring as if he was without equal in the world. His gaze swept across the army, and he shouted, "Everyone, this is this liege's first battle, and it's also the battle to rectify our name. In this battle, this liege will lead you all and breach South Chi Giant City, completing an blee exploit without equal. You all trust me?" The blood race advocated strength. Yi Yuan had long already proven his strength in the 100 Suns battle. The solo run 3 days ago even made his prestige reach a level like it was the noonday sun. Your Highness will definitely win. The blood race will definitely win. Over 200,000 people's voices shook the sky, reverberating throughout the whole world. Their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, were filled with looks of wars. I+P. They firmly believed that this was the leader that was leading them toward the light. Blood Promise watched this scene and could not help feeling incredibly ashamed too. He had led the army for so many years and never enjoyed such prestige before either. With this momentum, why worry that South Chi Giant City would not be destroyed? Facing Yi Yuan, he actually felt ashamed of his unworthiness. Set off. Under his word of command, the army departed. Bearing down the borders in large numbers, South Chi Giant City experienced the pain of despair once again, especially when they saw this army's mental outlook and aura were already totally different. In the past, the blood race suffered repeated setbacks and had low morale. Their combat power often could not be unleashed. But today, this army had an unstoppable momentum, as if they were reborn anew. They were clear in their hearts that it was because a new leader was born among them. This new leader was actually someone who killed his way into South Chi Giant City. This was absolutely the greatest humiliation to South Chi's soldiers. Brother Feng, this situation is bad. Feng Xiaoyan's right-hand man, similarly an origin powerhouse, Chen Yi, said with a frown. Feng Xiaotian's brows also furrowed tightly. What the H-E-L I was Yi Yuan doing? That day, he gave him a look, making him deliberately go easy. This clearly made Yi Yuan's prestige reach the peak. But what help was this to this war? This guy would not have turned traitor, right? As for what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd, Feng Xiaotian was not clear either. Repelling 200,000 blood race elites. This was absolutely not an easy matter. Even if Feng Xiaotian believed in Yi Yuan, he also could not figure out what Yi Yuan could use to save South Qi Giant City. Let's see what happens first. Feng Xiaotian said in a solemn voice. Far away, Yi Yuan stood before the army, awe-inspiring. He looked at Blood Promise and said coldly, Blood Promise, Feng Xiaotian will be left to you. The number of our emperor realms is 3 times that of theirs. This time, if you still can't deal with Feng Xiaotian, carry your head to come see me. Blood Promise's expression turned somber, and he said in a solemn voice, Your Highness rest A.S. Assured, I'll definitely take Feng Xiaotian down this time. As he said, he led the Emperor Realm powerhouses and charged straight for South Qi Giant City, over on the Heaven One's main camp. Each and every one was akin to facing a great enemy, awaiting the fierce onslaught of the Blood Race army. However, Yi Yuan suddenly pointed at one of the true sovereign heavens and said coolly, You bring 3,000 men and attack in that direction. Yes, the true sovereign heaven was very excited, bringing 3,000 men and immediately rushed over. Everyone, including the Heaven One army, was waiting for Yi Yuan's next order. But there were none. That true sovereign heaven thought that they were just the vanguard and that the remaining army would come over right away. But he did not see any movements until his death. Why? Your Highness, why? On his deathbed, that true sovereign heaven shouted crazily, 3,000 versus 15,000. And it was even while withstanding the city protecting Grand Array. The Heaven One army simply killed them as easy as blowing away dust. Furthermore, the direction that Yi Yuan pointed to was precisely where the Grand Array was extremely strong. These people directly became cannon fodders and did not even stir up a single wave. Why? The Blood Race army also really wanted to ask, but Yi Yuan's current prestige was like the noonday sun. Although they had misgivings, they believed Yi Yuan without a shadow of a doubt and felt that Yi Yuan's action definitely had a deep meaning. You bring 3,000 people and go attack in that direction. Yi Yuan pointed at another true sovereign heaven and gave the same order. However, the direction of the attack this time changed to a different place. Except this place was similarly where the Grand Array was extremely strong. The true sovereign heaven hesitated for a bit, but still brought 3,000 men and rushed right away. On the battlefield, obeying orders came first. The result was the same as before. The Heaven One army wiped out 6,000 Blood Race troops, virtually unscathed. Everyone was struck senseless. What the H-E-L I was this? Courting death? The third time, Yi Yuan pointed at another true sovereign heaven and still brought 3,000 people. This time, everyone's faith in Yi Yuan finally wavered. People were not stupid, and, body was willing to court death. The true sovereign heaven said, Your Highness, may I ask why? Yi Yuan said, Are you willing to sacrifice for the Blood Race? The true sovereign heaven nodded and said, Of course, but I don't want to die meaninglessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How can it be meaningless? Blood Promise, that fool doesn't know anything. He only knows how to attack the city, like a headless fly. It's been several centuries, and he's completely clueless about where the weakness of South Qi Giant City lies. That's right, you all are delivering yourselves to death, but your deaths are absolutely not meaningless. Although this city protecting Grand Array is powerful, it has weak spots too. As long as we figure out the weak spots, breaching South Qi Giant City will be as easy as turning over our hands. Therefore, if you figure it out, you'll be our blood race's heroes. It looks like we have some casualties now, but in the end, we'll definitely lose a lot less people. Whose? H. Plus the blood race seethed with excitement. Indeed, well-deserving of being Blood Divine Son, His Highness, peerlessly brilliant. Yi Yuan's explanation immediately convinced everyone. And when the Heaven One army there heard Yi Yuan's words, they immediately felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. The joy of victory from earlier immediately vanished without a trace. And just as Yi Yuan said, no matter how strong the array formation, it had weak spots too. Once the weak spots were found, then they would not be able to resist at all. It was not that Blood Promise was stupid, but it was that the blood race really knew absolutely nothing about Formation Dao. Therefore, he could only use brute force. The Heaven One Army's powerhouses all had solemn expressions. This Blood Divine Son was indeed different. At least, he still understood the Tao of array formations a little. This was already remarkable. Sure enough, under Yi Yuan's fooling, that true sovereign heaven brought 3,000 men to go and die again. The battle had not been fought yet, and the blood race had already lost 10,000 men. Behind Yi Yuan, Yang Qing had no expression, but his heart had long already blossomed with joy. This guy was too capable of hoodwinking others. The blood race, this bunch of fools, was sold by him and still counting money for him. Chapter 2895, My Motives Weren't Pure to Begin With. Chapter 2895, My Motives Weren't Pure to Begin With. Your look when selling people earnestly is really quite handsome. Yang Qing really wanted to yell, "You bunch of morons, we're sold." Everyone's dumbfounded looks really made people look forward to it. However, Yi Yuan already started selling people. This scene should be visible very soon. Over there, Blood Promise and Feng Xiaotian were currently fighting fiercely. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, what they were thinking in their hearts were different. Blood Promise was originally questioning Yi Yuan too, but hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, he thought to himself that His Highness was indeed formidable. No wonder he could become the Blood Divine Son, while Feng Xiaotian was struck dumb with amazement in his heart. When did it become so easy to kill bloodkins? He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually used this sort of method to scam the blood race. No idea how many of them had to die to kill one bloodkin. But Yi Yuan killed tens of thousands in one move. Previously, Yi Yuan already entrapped 100,000 bloodkins. In a blink of an eye today, he entrapped another 10,000. However, it was really very satisfying. If the blood race could all be killed like this, how great would it be? How many brothers would not need to die on the battlefield? However, he naturally knew that this was just an extravagant hope. Closely following that, Yi Yuan sold again and again. Each time, he changed to a different direction. But without the slightest exception, they all went to places where the city protecting Grand Array was strong. As in the beginning, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was brilliant and mighty. But gradually, they also sensed that something was not right. In this short while, 40 to 50,000 people had already died. At this rate, everyone would be dead, and they might not even be able to probe where the Grand Array's weak spots were. Your Highness, I'm afraid that this isn't appropriate, right? Over 40,000 people have already died, but it's not working at all. At this rate, when will it end? The one speaking was a half-step Emperor realm powerhouse. He was also the #1 person in true Sovereign 100 Sons, Shui Yi. He clearly had this qualification to question Yi Yuan. Your Highness, we can't carry on probing like this anymore. Yeah, Your Highness, let's attack the city. The moment Shui Yi opened his mouth, many people concurred. They seriously could not look on anymore. Over 180,000 people were reduced to only 140,000 in a short while. These 40,000 people could have killed a few thousand of South Cheese people no matter what, right? But now they were dead without even harvesting anything. Are you questioning this liege? Or are you all questioning this liege? How this liege does things, do I still need you all to teach? Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Those people immediately stopped speaking. These days, Yi Yuan's ACC. Mulat prestige was put into full play at this moment. But Yi Yuan also knew that it would not last long anymore. That's right. Your Highness' move must have a profound meaning. I'll support your Highness. Yang Qing also came forward in a timely manner at this time. These words also won the approval of many people. Yi Yuan still had quite the foundation in this army. Sure enough, these words immediately silenced the doubts. You bring 3,000 people to attack that spot. Yi Yuan pointed at Shui Yi and said in a cold voice. Shui Yi's expression changed. His gaze when looking toward Yi Yuan was full of chilliness. Previously, those true sovereign heaven's strengths were ordinary. They were merely just some cannon fodders. If they died, then they died. But the true sovereign 100 Sons, number one going to be the cannon fodder, was somewhat overboard, right? What? You want to defy orders? Or do you not want to dedicate your life for our race at all? Yi Yuan's eyes also turned cold. Shui Yi clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes bloodshot. He had currently fallen into a dilemma. Go die, not going, still die. Being confronted by a formidable enemy, defying the order that the blood divine Sun gave, this was no joke. Fine, I'll go. But I hope that I'm the last batch to go. If I die under the Grand Array, Your Highness, please attack the city. At this rate, our numbers won't be able to take down South Qi anymore. Shui Yi said in a solemn voice. Just you go. This liege has in mind what should be done. This liege is the blood divine Sun, Wang's successor. Could it be that I can still be helping the Heaven One Alliance? Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. At this time, Yi Yuan highlighted his ident. One, Tai as Wang's successor, and this immediately suppressed Shui Yi's provocation. Yeah, what reason did Wang's successor have to let himself fail in taking over the city? This defeat would be a fatal blow to the Blood Divine Sun's reputation. One had to know the Blood Divine Sun had not been officially conferred yet. Shui Yi went. Then he died. These 3,000 people were still completely wiped out. Shui Yi's strength naturally went without saying. But no matter how strong he was, the number of people he brought was also too few. Facing the Grand Array and the Heaven One army, he could only take the road that led to death. Yang Qing's heart blossomed with joy. Shui Yi, this D.A.M. N thing was actually scammed to death by Yi Yuan just like this. Ha ha ha. The 100 Sons battle. This guy defeated him and even humiliated him on the stage. Excited. No matter how impressive you were also not as impressive as your father's bro. Your father's brother could take your life with a word, yet you could not do anything about it. You go and try over there. Yi Yuan pointed at another true sovereign 100 Son and said, just now he made a lot of noise. Who would Yi Yuan target, if not him? That true sovereign 100 Son was dumbfounded. Are you freaking finished yet? This time, the questioning voices grew louder, and Shui Yi's words still stirred up many people's nerves. This battle had not yet been fought, and several tens of thousands of people had already died. It would be strange if they did not have any thoughts. If Yi Yuan was not the rare blood divine Son, these bloodkins would have long revolted. It was also that the Blood Divine Son's awe-inspiring reputation was too great, coupled with Yi Yuan's explosive performance before, that let Yi Yuan last until now. That 100 Sun still went. Then he still died, after many true sovereign 100 Sons were scammed to death successively. Blood Promise was finally the first to explode. Blood Azure, what are you doing? Over 50,000 people had already died, and you still haven't started the battle. Your method doesn't work. Hurry up and attack the city. Blood Promise said angrily. Yi Yuan said coolly, how this liege does things. It's still not your turn to come and point fingers and order me about. Blood Promise said in a great fury, Bullsh *T. I'm this army's commander. This battle concerns the bigger picture. I can't sit idly by and remain indifferent. Yi Yuan still said nonchalantly, who the H-E-L-I do you think you are? To dare be so impudent to this liege? Your Highness, this subordinate feels that what Lord Blood Promise says is right. We should attack the city already. The one speaking was Bloodage, Saint Sovereign's #1. With him taking the lead, the other 100 Sons also came forward to oppose it. Your Highness, we should attack the city already. Your Highness can't carry on probing like this. Your Highness, if we still don't attack the city, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Even at this point, they still did not dare to question Yi Yuan easily, but they only urged him to attack the city. But these people's meaning was already very clear. Yi Yuan pointed at Bloodage and said coolly, you go. Bloodage's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, I'm not going. Yi Yuan's gaze turned chilly, and he said angrily, you dare defy orders? Bloodage said with a cold snort, Your Highness, Bloodage has no choice but to defy orders. I want to ask, who else wants to go and be cannon fodder? Everyone was silent. Clearly, Yi Yuan had already exhausted the last trace of his prestige. This army did not have anyone who listened to him anymore. However, he naturally did not care. This was the result that he wanted in the first place. Your Highness, pardon Bloodage for being bold. Right now, I'm very doubtful of your motives. Bloodage looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, the 100 Sons did not have fools. It was just that due to Yi Yuan's ident, no one dared to come forward and question him. But now, things had already developed to this stage. They had no choice but to come forward and oppose Yi Yuan already. These people naturally would not be stupid until they would only understand after Yi Yuan killed everyone. Originally, Yi Yuan's gaze when looking at Bloodage was very angry, but suddenly he grinned and said, don't need to doubt it. What you're thinking is correct. My motives weren't pure to begin with. Chapter 2896, revealing ident. Tai, all shocked. Chapter 2896, revealing ident. 1. Tai, all shocked. All of a sudden, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed greatly. That monstrous B-L-O-O-D-Y aura actually suddenly became a human's aura. And his appearance also underwent an upheaval change. Everyone was immediately stunned. What was this playing at? Especially the blood race powerhouses. Each and every one was shocked until their A-L-L-S popped out. What's going on? Blood Divine Son, His Highness, is a human? Are my eyes failing me? Really freaking seeing ghosts. This scene was seriously too shocking. No matter who it was, body expected that such a dramatic scene would occur. Our king's successor, the new generation king, was actually a human? Was there a mistake? Over there, when Blood Promise, who was currently fighting fiercely with Feng Xiaotian, saw this bizarre scene, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. However, Feng Xiaotian was long prepared, seizing this gap and destroying half of Blood Promise's body with one move. Succeeding with one move, Feng Xiaotian was not in a hurry to chase down anymore, but smiled and said, "I didn't expect that your blood race's blood divine son is actually of our human race." Ha ha! This sudden change was seriously too explosive. Blood Promise had just regenerated his body and directly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This was too demoralizing. The battle had not been fought yet, and they already lost tens of thousands of lives. In the end, their command-in-chief was actually the enemy, Blood Divine Son. How transcendent was that status? How Blee was the ident. One tie? In the blood race, he was practically below one person and above everyone else. Even hegemon realms did not dare to easily offend him as well. But such a transcendent existence was actually given to a human. This was truly a huge irony. Blood Promise's two eyes were virtually spewing fire. He stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said angrily, "Blood Azure, who on earth are you?" His words asked the question that everyone had. Who on earth was he? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like your memory isn't very good. The last time, didn't you lose an army of 100,000 at my hands?" Blood Promise's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, You're Yi Yuan. How is this possible?" It was naturally not that he had a bad memory. It was just that in the previous great battle, Yi Yuan was merely an insignificant minor character. How could he, an Emperor Sakra Heaven, possibly know Yi Yuan? It was also later on, after all sorts of intel were transmitted back, Blood Promise knew that he was actually defeated at the hands of a Saint Sovereign Heaven brat. However, how long had it been? How did Yi Yuan become the blood race's blood divine son with a sway of his body? This was too horrifying. Yes, beyond the shock, Blood Promise had a hair-raising feeling. A human changed his appearance and entered the blood race. He became the head of the 100 Sons, entered the Blood God Temple, and even obtained the Mother Stone's recognition in the end, becoming the Blood Divine Son. This series of events was simply a mythological story. It sounded fantastical, but it genuinely happened. He was actually pointed in the face by a human Saint Sovereign Heaven and scolded trash. An ant-like thing was actually ordering him about. Blood Promise really felt like he had incredibly bad luck at this time. And no wonder he slaughtered his peers crazily in the 100 Sons battle. Bloodage thought of something too, his pupils constricting. Even he nearly died at Yi Yuan's hands too. Crazy, completely insane. From the start of the 100 Sons battle under now, how many blood race elites died under his hands? Tens of thousands. Adding in today's 50,000 people, Yi Yuan had already killed close to 100,000 blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens. Among them, there were many who were peerless geniuses, existence who might be able to become hegemons in the future. Suddenly, Blood Promise felt like his heart was dripping blood. This was really a freaking stroke of marvel. The Heaven One Alliance side was struck senseless too. The blood race's blood divine son was actually Yi Yuan, what the Hell. Just now, I was still scolding this guy for being a moron. Unleash. Plus in careless moves. The attacking points that he chose were all areas where the Grand Array was the strongest. Could it be that the blood divine son was an idiot? Today, the truth came to light. Ha ha ha. Too satisfying. Slaughtered 50,000 bloodkins without losing a single troop. Among them was also someone like the number one true sovereign, Shui. Too awesome. This was really heaven helping our Heaven One Alliance. At the moment of desperation, such an amazing figure actually appeared. Big Brother Yuan is mighty. You're my idol. Too satisfying. Previously, you scammed 100,000 bloodkins to death. Now, you scammed another 50,000 elites to death. Impressive. Big Brother Yuan, I love you too much. The Heaven One generals and soldiers were already agitated until they were rambling. The impact that Yi Yuan gave everyone by revealing his ident. 1. Tai was seriously too strong. This resulted in the entire battle falling into a brief respite. Blood-promised pair of eyes already wanted to drip blood. He bellowed, "Kill! Everyone, give up on attacking the city, and kill this B-S-T-A-R-D for me." This roar reverberated throughout the sky, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt slightly. It could be seen how enraged the current blood promise was. When he became enraged, the blood race army finally reacted. The 180,000-strong army was already just left with 130,000 plus at this time. But this force was enough to annihilate Yi Yuan 10,000 times over. Feng Xiaotian's expression changed too, instinctively wanting to go over. But before he moved, Blood Promise brought a group of Emperor realms and charged over. Want to save him? No chance. Since he wants to be a hero, then he should have thought of what the consequences would be. Blood Promise's words carried thick cruelty. Feng Xiaotian was tied down by Blood Promise and the rest and could not get away at all. And the faces of the Heaven One Army soldiers and generals also changed drastically. Just now, they only cared about being excited and completely forgot that Yi Yuan was still in the enemy camp. There was an army of more than 100,000 around him, but they could not move. They only had over 10,000 people. Once they went out of the city, without the protection of the Grand Array, they would be eaten up by this army of more than 100,000 until not even dregs remained. Right at this time, Feng Xiaotian gave an angry roar. "Whole army, move out of the city! Save Yi Yuan at all costs!" This was gambling the fate of the entire city. In Feng Xiaotian's view, even if South Qi Giant City fell, it was not as important as one Yi Yuan too. This series of supernatural-like manipulation truly shocked all the heavens. Most likely, another Yi Yuan could not be found in the 33 heavens. This was a legendary-like figure. He absolutely could not let him die. Therefore, he gave this order without the slightest hesitation. His order was carried out at once. The commander of the army had already led the army to prepare to go out of the city. When Blood Promise saw this scene, he could not help being wildly elated in his heart. This was precisely the scene that he wanted to see. So what if one Yi Yuan scammed tens of thousands of people to death? As long as South Qi Giant City was breached, he would be the blood race's great meritorious official. At that time, he would be able to enter the void and gain enlightenment on the Chaos Bloodstone. He Gemin realm was near at hand. When Yi Yuan heard this order, he felt a warmth in his heart too. However, he shouted coldly, "All stop for me. Leave the remaining over 100,000 people to me." Over 100,000 bloodkin army. Each person's face revealed an extremely odd look. This guy did not go crazy, right? Chapter 2897. Jaw-dropping play. Chapter 2897. Jaw-dropping play. This guy was doing it again. In the crowd, Yang Qing's pupils constricted, instinctively feeling fear. Back then, that spectacular scene at sea was still fresh in his memory until now. But thinking back, Yi Yuan seemed to not have transcended tribulation for a long time already. The last time he overcame tribulation, it was when he broke through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Thinking up to here, his scalp could not help tingling. Other people did not know how terrifying Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation was, but he knew. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Following this guy really has 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. While it was satisfying, he was playing with his life every day. Yang Qing knew, but the rest did not know. When they heard Yi Yuan's words, they felt that it was laughable to the extreme. Hohu, our Lord Blood Divine Son, said that he's going to deal with the 100 over 1,000 of us by himself. Impressive. Indeed, well deserving of being Lord Blood Divine Son. Lord Blood Divine Son, even if we stand here and let you kill, you'll also have to kill until your hands turn into jelly, right? They knew that Yi Yuan was formidable. If they were all Saint Sovereign Heavens, they really might not be able to stop him. But there were also several thousand true Sovereign Heavens present. Among them, there were even 100 Suns level powerhouses. Could Yi Yuan alone deal with so many? If over 100,000 people were killed by Yi Yuan, then wouldn't that be a joke? Waste your breath with him for? Attack together and kill him for this seat. Kill him. Blood Promise had already completely rampaged at this time. He felt anger from humiliation after being played. An exalted origin realm mighty expert was actually toyed by a Saint Sovereign Heaven in the palm of his hand. Disgraceful. When Blood Promise was enraged, the Blood Race army no longer hesitated. One terrifying attack after another came greeting Yi Yuan's body. Regarding this, Yi Yuan just smiled brightly. At this moment, he no longer suppressed his realm, allowing his aura to skyrocket at will. Yi Yuan's realm had already been suppressed for too long. Upon releasing it, a terrifying energy undulation instantly swept all around. Dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were directly ground to dust by this surge of energy. Several true Sovereign Heavens were severely wounded too. As for those attacks, when Yi Yuan displayed his movement technique, they could not land on his body at all. Occasionally, a few were easily annihilated by this surge of energy too. Everyone was struck dumb with amazement. Why was the commotion so big when this guy broke through? Was true Sovereign Heaven broken through like this? As expected of Blood Divine Son, the commotion of this true Sovereign Heaven breakthrough was also too great. But very soon, they discovered that something was not right. Tao Tribulation came. Not good. My Tao Tribulation is here. This time, it seems very powerful. And my Tao Tribulation came too. What the H-E-L-L. What is going on here? I'd clearly just transcended my Tao Tribulation not long ago. Why is it here again? It's Yi Yuan. This guy broke through to true Sovereign Heaven and directly brought down the true Sovereign Tao Tribulation. This is 5 Calamity Tao Tribulation. Really seeing ghosts. Broke through to true Sovereign Heaven, and he directly brought down a 5 Calamity Tao Tribulation. In the Blood Race army, cries of alarm echoed. Layers of tribulation clouds gathered on top of the Blood Race army's heads. Furthermore, it gathered more and more. The Blood Race army seemed to have contracted a plague, Tao Tribulation arriving one after another. Above the sky were densely packed, but it was as if all the tribulation clouds were centered around an incomparably Civ Tribulation Cloud. That tribulation cloud covered the sky and blotted out the sun, emitting an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. Even when Blood Promise saw it, he had the jitters too. He was incomparably horrified in his heart. How could this brat summon such a terrifying Tao Tribulation? Right, this kid was a divergent cultivator. But divergent cultivators were also not up to this extent, right? How jealous did this guy make heaven? When Yi Yuan saw such power, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching too. This time, it seemed like it was a little too over the top. But in the next moment, his pupils constricted slightly, looking above the sky in horror. Because the tribulation clouds started merging together. Those countless tribulation clouds were all merging towards the centermost tribulation cloud. the power of the tribulation clouds grew stronger and stronger, increasingly stronger. Over 100,000 blood race powerhouses, their complexions were practically all deathly pale. What kind of Tao tribulation was this? 5 calamity Tao tribulation? 9 calamity Tao tribulation? None of them. Countless mixed together, already blurring the level of the Tao tribulation. There was just one thing. This Tao tribulation was very strong. Very strong. Everyone felt as if the G-O-D of death was currently descending. Feng Xiaotian also sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Is this a character who suppresses an era? This is also too shocking, right?" Without any prior agreement, both sides' emperor realms stopped fighting. They were all looking toward the tribulation clouds in the distance with extremely shocked eyes. In fact, they had each retreated a lot, afraid of being caught up in the tribulation clouds. They also did not dare guarantee whether or not approaching it would call down Tao tribulation, which of the emperor realms present were not characters who stunned, and they had experienced D knows how many Tao tribulations. Their Tao tribulations were all very strong too, but never had it been as shocking as today. One person transcending tribulation actually triggered more than 100,000 people to transcend tribulations at the same time. Then, the tribulation clouds of more than 100,000 people all gathered together, forming a large-scale tribulation cloud site. This was too crazy, too shocking. The corners of Bloodpromise's mouth oviched slightly. He felt that he was somewhat powerless. These 100,000 over people would not really be entrapped to death by him, right? Judging from the terror of this blood divine son, it was not impossible. No wonder this guy could become the blood divine son. He was truly a breathtaking to the extreme character. Suddenly, Bloodpromise's pupils constricted, a slight curvature appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said with a smile, "Feng Xiaotian, such a terrifying Tao tribulation. You guess, can Yi Yuan himself escape it, or not?" When Feng Xiaotian heard that, his expression changed wildly. "Ha ha ha, Feng Xiaotian, you say, is this called playing with fire and burning oneself? I admit that Yi Yuan was very formidable. He even deceived a group of hegemons, becoming our blood race's blood divine son. But if he can die, even if these over 100,000 people are buried in death with him, it's also worth it." Blood Promise also finally understood why Feng Xiaotian wanted to save Yi Yuan just now. Such a character could not die. To the Heaven One Alliance, he was hope. Therefore, looking from another point of view, Yi Yuan's death was even more important than capturing South Qi Giant City. One would not die if they did not court death. Now, this guy was actually courting death on his own. Over 100,000 people being buried with Yi Yuan did not seem to be something unacceptable too. It was just some saint sovereign heavens and true sovereign heavens. The blood race had plenty. They only needed 10 years. And the blood race would have another batch of powerhouses be born again. South Qi Giant City could be fought again. But once Yi Yuan died, it would be tantamount to extinguish. Plussing all of Heaven One's hope. Under the tribulation cloud, someone as strong as Yang Qing also had a deathly pale face. This pressure was too terrifying. Right now, even if an emperor realm was here, they would probably have to die too. Why, Yi Yuan, your father is getting killed by you. Just what the freaking L are you? This kind of freakish thing. You could call it out too? Yang Qing swallowed his saliva and said. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I also didn't know that it would become like this." Right at this time, countless bolts of tribulation fell crazily like it was raining. The aura that asphyxiated people fell from the sky. At this time, Yi Yuan had already mustered up his strength, planning to fight it out with this Tao tribulation. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Bang, bang, bang. Countless Tao tribulations fell, but miraculously, there was not a single Tao tribulation around him. But the power of the Tao tribulations around Yi Yuan was the strongest. Boom. Several hundred suns, level of powerhouses, immediately turned to ashes under the Tao tribulation. As for Saint Sovereign Heaven's G, D knows how many would die when one wave came down. Just earlier, Blood Promise was still roaring madly with laughter, laughing about how Yi Yuan was courting death. But at this time, his smile froze on his gaze, seeming extremely bizarre. What kind of jaw-dropping play was this? Chapter 2898, Bloodkins Wiped Out, Unprecedented Great Victory. Chapter 2898, Bloodkins Wiped Out, Unprecedented Great Victory. After being stupefied for a moment, Yi Yuan understood it. The power of blessing, after the tribulation clouds merged together. Although the power was extremely strong, it was far less pure than before. This Tao tribulation was completely an indiscriminate attack. But in the midst of these over 100,000 powerhouses, Yi Yuan's power of blessing was unleashed to the extreme. This was like aggro value. Yi Yuan's aggro value was virtually zero under the enhancement of the power of blessing. The aggro value of over 100,000 people directly drowned Yi Yuan out. The Tao tribulation could not find Yi Yuan at all amidst these over 100,000 people. Hence, this kind of bizarre scene occurred. Yang Qing, come to my side. Without waiting for Yi Yuan's instructions, he already scooted over at once. Really seeing ghosts. You're clearly a divergent cultivator. Why doesn't the Tao tribulation smite you? Yang Qing had a look of confusion. Enough C, R, A, P, follow me. Finished saying, Yi Yuan arrived next to a true Sovereign Hundred Sun with a lunge. Boom. The Tao tribulation landed, and that 100 Sun turned directly to ashes. The power of the Tao tribulation around Yi Yuan was extremely strong. Even if it was a half-step emperor realm, they would not be able to withstand it at all too. The current Yi Yuan, it was like he was standing in the eye of the storm, where the eye was calm and tranquil, but the surrounding storm was extremely terrifying. Faintly in the unseen world, the Tao tribulation could sense Yi Yuan's position, descending frenziedly around Yi Yuan. But it avoided Yi Yuan. This was fun. Yi Yuan was like a bomb. Wherever you threw him, that place would become death. With another lunge, another large group of people died. Under the chaotic Tao tribulations, these bloodkins would not resist at all. In fact, they could not even achieve revival from a drop of blood. Yang Qing stuck closely to Yi Yuan and was completely unscathed. Seeing this scene, he was excited until he jumped up. Ha ha ha, interesting. Interesting. I didn't expect that Tao tribulation could still be overcome like this. People can be killed like this. All you ants receive the punishment of heavenly Tao. Amidst the storm, Yang Qing discovered that he was safe and sound, and he immediately became invigorated. After taking a trip to the blood race, he also knew how cruel the blood race was. With regards to hatred toward the blood race, he was no less than Yi Yuan. Being able to kill bloodkins like this, he only felt incomparably invigorated in his heart. D. Come over. IFUCK. Arg. You go away. You F asterisk her. Hurry up and leave. Sniff, sniff, sniff. I beg you, don't come over. When those bloodkins saw Yi Yuan coming over, they were simply about to cry. When he came, it was equivalent to carrying a bomb. The crux was that after the bomb exploded, Yi Yuan was fine. What else could be more aggrieving than this? Blood Promise's eyes went wide. This was simply freaking cheating. On what basis? More than 100,000 people were all transcending tribulation. On what basis did it not smite Yi Yuan? Was he not a divergent cultivator? Didn't Tao tribulation have extremely high aggro value toward divergent cultivators? Now, what the H? I was this. Blood Promise had an impulse to vomit blood right now, angering an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse to the point of puking blood. This was simply unimaginable. But he just wanted to puke blood right now. Blood Promise, what did you say just now? You look at this. Is this called playing with fire and burning oneself? Blood Divine Son His Highness suppresses an era. How could some mere true sovereign heavens and saint sovereign heavens kill him? Ha ha ha! Feng Xiaotian was delighted to the extreme. Although this scene was bizarre, when his own people saw it, it was incomparably liberating. He never dreamed that this hopeless battle would actually turn into such a Saker, borrowing the power of Tao tribulation and slaughtering over 100,000 bloodkins. This was too wonderful. This feeling of pleasure was like having consumed some kind of nerve stimulant, making people feel like they were treading on air. Seeing Blood Promise's eyes that had collapsed, Feng Xiaotian felt too liberated. The power of blessing was the extreme medicine sect's highest secret. Outsiders did not know, but it was precisely because of this that everything became even more bizarre and unpredictable. A divergent cultivator. The Tao tribulation actually did not smite him. This simply subverted everyone's understanding. Heaven One's main camp, all the soldiers and generals were dumbfounded from watching, cries of marveling echoing throughout. This is also too impressive. It turns out that killing bloodkins can be so simple. Simple. Did water enter your head? If you have the ability, try doing it. Who cares whether it's simple or not? Your father only wants to yell right now. Ah! Yes, too excited. During the past over 20 days, South Chi Giant City was in endless darkness. Each of them spent these over 20 days like they were in H-E-L-L. But just now, they felt as if they had ascended straight to paradise. This kind of extreme experience was truly incredible until it was indescribable. They were excited to the extreme right now. A whole army of 200,000. They were wiped out just like that by a saint sovereign heaven. They fought for over 20 days in countless battles of desperation and paid an extremely terrible price before barely managed to wipe out 100,000 bloodkins. But Yi Yuan alone exterminated an army of 200,000 bloodkins. No idea how long had Pa-S said either. The tribulation cloud gradually dissipated, and the bloodkins under the tribulation cloud became fewer and fewer. In the end, not a single one remained. The blood race army of 130,000 was completely dissipated into the world just like that. The whole place was deathly silent. After the excitement, everyone felt a hair-raising feeling. Today's battle was truly a divine stroke of art. A saint sovereign heaven entrapped an army of close to 200,000 to death. This battle could absolutely enter the annals of history. Blood Promise spewed out a mouthful of old blood, his entire aura suddenly withering significantly. This was truly anxiety striking the heart. The impact that today's scene-by-scene reversal dealt to his mind was too great. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan piercing through South Chi Giant City all alone by himself, Blood Promise already acknowledged this Blood Divine Son in his heart at that time. But who could have thought that the Blood Divine Son was actually a human? This made him feel a setback of being played with. Counting the last time, he had already lost 300,000 troops in Yi Yuan's hands. Fighting with Heaven One these few thousand years, when had their blood race experienced such a terrible defeat before? In the past, if I could not win, I could revive. But this time, they did not even have the chance to revive. Over 300,000 elites were directly turned into nothingness. Kill. Just as the blood race emperor realm powerhouses' minds were in deep shock, an explosive yell suddenly transmitted over. Feng Xiaotian brought the Heaven One Emperor realms and charged right over. An entire army was completely wiped out, their chief commander puking blood, and the blood race's momentum had already reached its lowest point. Even if they were all emperor realms, they also felt that life was murky gray at this time. Feng Xiaotian naturally would not let this chance slip by. Boom! Feng Xiaotian's fists emerged like the wind, blowing up an emperor cloud heaven with one punch. Heaven One Emperor realms had an unstoppable momentum. Blood Race Emperor realms were dispirited and inert. This battle could not be fought anymore. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Blood Promise brought the remaining Emperor realms and escaped frantically. Feng Xiaotian pursued at his heels, striking more than a dozen Blood Race Emperor realms dead in a row. He only gave up after Blood Promise, and the rest escaped into the Pa-S Sageway. Everything had settled. Heaven One is mighty. Yi Yuan is mighty. Heaven One is mighty. Yi Yuan is mighty. In South Qi Giant City, thunderous cheers arose. This battle was won too beautifully. They could not suppress their emotions any longer and completely fell into wild ecstasy. Chapter 2899, A Rare Respite. Chapter 2899, A Rare Respite. When the news spread out, Heaven One seethed with excitement. Before this battle started, everyone fell into pessimism, believing that this time South Qi could not stop the blood race anymore. Who would have expected that there would be a turnaround? The blood race's blood divine son was actually a human. Yi Yuan, this name spread throughout the 108 cities again, spreading throughout the entire Heaven One. It was because this battle was Heaven One's unprecedented great victory. If not for seeing it with my own eyes, I'll definitely think that this is a mythological story. A human actually became the blood race's blood divine son. Our Lord W. And Jizwa is probably vomiting blood right now, yeah? Over 300,000 elite troops slaughtered in one go, among them the true Sovereign Hundred Sons and Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons of this generation were all killed. This battle was truly an unprecedented great victory. Magnificent. Magnificent. In South Qi Giant City, the people were excited to the extreme. Even if 3 months had passed set after the matter, this enthusiasm continued unabated. At this time, Yi Yuan had already become a peerless figure in their eyes. If he was not such a figure, how could he possibly create such an Astonies? Plussing victory under such desperate circumstances? However, this battle was indeed an ill. Triumphant Yi Yuan deliberately brought the true Sovereign Hundred Sons and Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons over in order to round them up in one fell swoop. This way, the elites of this generation were virtually wiped out by him. Those remaining were nothing to worry about either. This was equivalent to saying that the blood race had a disjointed generated for at least 10 years. During these 10 years, they could forget about any heaven-defying figure appearing. A 10 years period. It might not be much to heavenly stratum powerhouses, but to the blood race, they could create a large number of powerhouses. Without these top younger generation powerhouses, the blood race could not launch a large-scale offensive anymore. This battle had won at least several years of respite for the Heaven One Alliance. South Qi's great victory had an extremely far-reaching impact. Not just South Qi. At this time, all of the Hegemon realm powerhouses were shocked by the news this time. When Hegemon Cloudmount received the news of victory, he was stupefied for a while. The blood divine son was Yi Yuan. This was also too amazing, right? He knew about the blood imitation pill. He even personally examined Yi Yuan's bloodline before. With his strength, if he really wanted to examine carefully, he could still see through some inkling. However, it would take some effort. Just by relying on divine sense to examine one would not be able to tell. Yi Yuan knew about this too. This blood imitation pill. If one really went to the blood race to play a supporting role, it did not pose much risk. But if he was going to the blood D temple, that risk was huge. In the blood D temple, there were large numbers of hegemon realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan was so eye-catching that it was hard to guarantee that no one would pay attention to him. This way, the risk was huge. Additionally, the blood divine son could not be attained just by being Saint Sovereign -- 1. This guy actually went on a trip to the blood D temple and became the blood race's G's was successor. Impressive. Truly impressive. This sort of thing, forget about a measly little Saint Sovereign heaven, even this hegemon realm, did not dare to easily attempt it too. Not only did Yi Yuan do it, but it was also even accomplished by him, taking breaths away in astonishment. Inconceivable. He could no longer use words to describe his current shock. As for the other hegemons, apart from envy, it was still envy. Was Yi Yuan's performance shocking or not? Of course. Yi Yuan had rendered amazing contributions the moment he arrived at Heaven 1 continent, and even displayed a shocking talent. Even when hegemon realms saw him, they were quite moved too. But his ident. 1. Tai as a divergent cultivator deterred the other hegemons. A genius who was destined to not be able to step into hegemon had no future. To Heaven 1, if it was not a hegemon realm, it was completely meaningless. They only needed hegemon realms now. But now, Yi Yuan used his actions to slap their faces resoundingly. So what if not hegemon? Yi Yuan did not need to become a hegemon at all, and rendered a contribution that made Cloudmount. You took in a good disciple. Divine Lord's voice came from inside the absolute heaven barrier, his tone full of complex emotions. In reality, when Yi Yuan rose up in Northern View City back then, he had been moved before too, but he still gave up. At this time, he was envious of hegemon Cloudmount to death. With such a disciple, what more could one ask for? Ha ha ha, Divine Lord is too kind. A small matter, just a trivial matter. This kid is still far lacking. Youngsters mustn't be praised too much. Otherwise, they will become proud. He just broke through to the true sovereign heaven. After he enters the Emperor realm, it won't be too late to praise him properly then. Hegemon Cloudmount had a rare show of modesty. It was just that his showing off had filled the entire absolute heaven barrier. Those hegemons wished to attack together and smack this trumpeting fellow to death. But they were really envious. One had to know Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance did not just benefit Cloudmount. Extreme medicine sects, prestige, already reached the peak at this time in the Heaven 1 alliance. It was because Yi Yuan came from the extreme medicine sect. With prestige, there would be more genius and more resources. Enough. Old fogey Cloudmount, that's about enough. Hegemon Blacksun said in a solemn voice. Old fogey Blacksun, you're jealous. Hegemon Cloudmount said smugly. Who's jealous? Just a divergent cultivator. Is it worth this seat to be jealous? You're jealous. Fine, I'm really jealous. Divine Lord smiled and said, forget about old fogey Blacksun. This Divine Lord is very envious too. The significance of this battle is too far-reaching. This great victory is sufficient to avert the influence of fellow Taoist edgeless demise to the lowest. At present, the true Sovereign Hundred Sons, Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons, have all fallen. This army of 300,000 is the most elite squad of the blood race too. They had all fallen. The blood race won't be able to launch a large-scale siege on cities for at least 10 years. Everyone, these 10 years are the golden period for our development. No matter what, we must groom 1 or 2 hegemon realms within 10 years. 10 years later, what awaits us will likely be an even fiercer war. At this moment, all the hegemons were shocked. Hegemons had never appeared in Heaven 1 before. This had a lot to do with the blood race's frenzied attacks. All the hegemon realms were suppressed. They had no time to nurture new hegemon realms at all. Hegemon realm was far too difficult. But now, for 10 years' time, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Arc. At Blood G. O. D Temple, angry roars came out from the depths. A terrifying pressure teamed every inch of S, P, A, C, Lord W, A, N. Jizwa had completely rampaged. He personally gave the decree to let Yi Yuan become the blood divine son. He had become a complete and utter joke. The successor that he personally chose was actually a human. Furthermore, it was even Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan Lord W. A. N. Jizwa was too familiar with this name. Ever since this name entered the Blood G. O. D Temple's field of vision, the blood race's smooth-sailing journey seemed to have become choppy. The spatial Pa-S, Sageway Plan, South Chi Giant City's plan, the plan to kill a hegemon, every one of them was just a little bit away from success. But in the end, it was all ruined in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan, this seat is definitely going to tear your corpse to shreds and ground your bones to dust. Lord W. A. N. Jizwa had never hated someone so much before. Yi Yuan was the first. Too ironic. His Lord W. A. N. Jizwa's face was slapped over and over again by Yi Yuan. How disgraceful was this? An exalted hegemon realm, the blood race's king, was actually toyed with in the palm of a measly little saint sovereign heaven. This was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation. Order the Dark Knight, mobilize origin powerhouses. They must kill Yi Yuan. Lord W. A. N. Jizwa's gaze was cold as he said. The corners of Yi Wugue's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in a low voice, Lord W. A. N. Jizwa, please calm your anger. The Dark Knight has already suffered heavy losses in order to kill Yi Yuan. They can't be mobilized casually anymore. Otherwise, our hard work for these few thousand years will be forfeited entirely. W. A. N. Jizwa's entire body shook. Only then, remembering that in order to kill Yi Yuan, the Dark Knight had already lost dozens of Emperor Realm powerhouses. While SP, A. W, and could this little vial, SP, A. W, and be this seat's jinx? Yi Yuan. It was Yi Yuan everywhere. He suddenly looked at Yi Wugue and said in a cold voice, Yi Wugue, what the H-E-L are you doing? A measly little human saint sovereign. Heaven could even hide from your inspection? This was venting anger. Yi Wugue gave a sigh and said, W-A-N-G-Zwa, this. He even deceived the Mother Stone. W-A-N-G's expression choked up, suddenly giving rise to a feeling of incomparable setback in his heart. Yeah, if not for the Mother Stone bestowing Yi Yuan the origin of blood, how could he give this order and slap his own face? What to do then? Blame the Mother Stone? The Lord W. A. N. Jizwa, who had uninterrupted success, actually felt at a loss on what to do currently. How helpless! Chapter 2900 taking the initiative to attack. Chapter 2900 taking the initiative to attack. Brother Clearcloud, long time no see. When Feng Xiaotian saw the arrival, he shouted with a smile. Dozens of Emperor Realm powerhouses came toward them, the commotion very huge. These people were precisely transferred over from the various sects. There were over 100,000 people who came to South Chi Giant City this time. The various major sects had virtually exhausted all that they had. The one in the front was precisely the extreme medicine sect's Extreme Light Pavilion's head pavilion elder, Hegemon Cloudmount's eldest disciple, Li Clearcloud. This time, even he moved out too, seeing Feng Xiaotian. Li Clearcloud also greeted warmly and said with a smile, "Little Tian, your strength seems to have grown stronger again. It looks like you're not far from Hegemon realm anymore." Feng Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "Hegemon realm is easier said than done. Brother Clearcloud's strength is immense. Aren't you lacking this opportunity too?" Li Clearcloud was not of the cowardly faction. Many years ago, Li Clearcloud had fought shoulder to shoulder with Feng Xiaotian before. It was just that at that time, Feng Xiaotian's strength had not reached Emperor Sakura Heaven, and he was just a junior. But at that time, he was already a rising new star. Li Clearcloud's gaze landed on Yi Yuan, his expression somewhat strange. When Feng Xiaotian saw the situation, he was about to introduce Yi Yuan to Li Clearcloud, but Yi Yuan beat him to it and said, "I pay respects to eldest senior brother." Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted. Eldest senior brother? Wouldn't that be? Sure enough, Li Clearcloud gave a cold snort and got angry as he said, This fellow, you're also messing around too much. Do you not want your life anymore?" Although he was angry, the concern in his words was not only expressed in words but also on his face. Yi Yuan bowed and said, "Eldest senior brother lectured rightly. Yi Yuan won't dare the next time." Only when Li Clearcloud heard it did his expression become slightly better. Feng Xiaotian looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "Younger brother Yi, you hid from this brother badly. It turns out that you're actually Ancestor Cloudmount's disciple." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Previously it was also being compelled by circumstances. I hope that Brother Feng can forgive me." But Feng Xiaotian sighed and said, "Ancestor Cloudmount truly has discerning eyes like burning torches. His disciples are all Astonies. Plussing like Devis. Younger brother, ye even Serpa, SES the ancients, and amazes the contemporaries." Presently, Yi Yuan's limelight was too strong. Over on the Blood Race's certain kill name list, he had likely long already ranked above Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple this status. Therefore, there was naturally no need to hide his ident. One, tie anymore as well. But once it was announced, there was another uproar. Everyone's admiration for Yi Yuan spewed forth even more in an unceasing flow of words. As Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple, he could originally have cultivated in the rear with peace of mind. And, Body would have said any gossip. But he entered the enemy camp by himself, creating this unprecedented great victory. It was not up to the people of the world to decide, not to admire. In the City Lord Manor, South Chi's upper echelons were all present, Feng Xiaotian said, with Brother Clearcloud holding down the fort in South Chi Giant City. This Feng's heart can finally be set at ease. These few years, South Chi Giant City's losses have been too heavy. Subsequently, we finally have time to hide our capabilities and bide our time. An unprecedented great victory also let Feng Xiaotian breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that a brief period of peace had finally arrived. During these few centuries, South Chi Giant City had never relaxed for a moment. The Blood Race's attacks continued uninterruptedly, not giving them any chance to catch their breath at all. Otherwise, South Chi Giant City also would not have been so arduous. Li Clearcloud also nodded and said, "Little Tian has fought hard repeatedly. I believe that you have considerable harvests too. This time, you can go into a closed seclusion and attempt to assault the Hegemon realm. We desperately need a Hegemon realm now." Feng Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "I'm ashamed to speak of it, but while there were some gains, I still don't have a clue with regards to the Hegemon realm." Others were trapped for tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years in front of this hurdle. Just how long did he take to salt the hegemon realm? Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Brother Feng, eldest senior brother, I feel that now isn't the time to rest yet." Li Clearcloud frowned and said, "Little junior brother, what do you mean?" Yi Yuan said, "Now that Heaven One had a great victory, Giant Net City is empty. It's precisely the perfect opportunity for us to strike. If we miss it this time, I'm afraid there won't be an opportunity like this anymore." Hiss, the Emperor Realm powerhouses, present all sucked in a breath of cold air. This big shot's words were really bent on shocking people to death, taking the initiative to attack. It had been several thousand years. This was something that the Heaven One Alliance had never thought of, but it came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Feng Xiaoyan's pupils constricted, greatly stirred. But very soon, he suppressed this impulse. It was too risky. Li Clearcloud frowned and said, "Little junior brother, I know that you've rendered a contribution without equal, but aren't you being too overambitious and unrealistic by wanting to take the initiative to attack? It's true that we want to fight, but the blood race isn't some random Tom, D-I-C-K, or Harry that can be casually needed. The Heaven One Alliance can't afford to mess around anymore." These words were already somewhat heavy, but the people present all thought so. It was just that these words were more appropriate for Li Clearcloud to say. This time, the various major sects had virtually swarmed out in full force. These people were the final elites of the sect. If these people suffered losses, Heaven One would really not be able to resist anymore. Furthermore, the blood race's terror was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even a powerhouse like Li Clearcloud was extremely apprehensive of them too. For thousands of years, they had always been in a situation of being sively beaten, taking the initiative to attack. You have got to be kidding. The blood race could afford to lose, but we could not bear the loss. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said coolly, in order to kill Hegemon Edgeless, Hegemon Eugene is also seriously injured. At this moment, he's at Giant Net City. Giant Net City's true elites have already been slaughtered by me. Those remaining are nothing to fear. After a series of great battles, Giant Net City's Emperor Realms have suffered heavy losses too. Now, with eldest senior brother holding down the fort, we have new forces joining too. The blood race totally won't expect that we will launch a surprise attack on Giant Net City. If we're lucky, it's also not impossible for us to kill Hegemon Eugene too. Eldest senior brother, the opportunity can't be missed. An opportunity missed won't come again. Slay Hegemon Eugene. These words made everyone palpitate with excitement to do it. That was a Hegemon realm. If they killed a blood race Hegemon realm, that would be a contribution without equal. But could this really work? The Heaven One Alliance had not gone out of the absolute heaven barrier for several thousand years ago. This resulted in everyone having an instinctively fear of beyond the absolute heaven barrier. But Yi Yuan's lysis still moved them immensely. They knew that Yi Yuan was the blood divine son. He knew the situation of the blood race very well. Do it or not? Why don't we ask Divine Lord His Excellency for instructions? Li Clearcloud said hesitantly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Divine Lord won't agree. This is the last of Heaven One's cards. He won't take this risk, but this risk is worth taking. Furthermore, the blood race won't give us much time. Giant Net City is extremely important to the blood race too. They will definitely mobilize forces to replenish the lack of troops over here. We can only seize this time interval. Eldest senior brother, Brother Feng, if we don't kill a hegemon, our victory is completely meaningless. So what if there are 10 years to catch our breaths? It's merely eking out a meager existence. After 10 days, the blood race will still stage a comeback. The chance to kill Eugene is only this one time. If we miss it, it will really slip by. Chapter 29:01 Suppressing a City. Entire army sudden raid. Chapter 29:01 Suppressing a City. Entire army sudden raid. This was the Heaven One Army's first time going out of absolute heaven in thousands of years. With 100,000 soldiers, each carried a feeling of novelty, and even more a strong sense of pride. We are the first batch out of absolute heaven. It turns out that outside of absolute heaven, there is such scenery. There were many among them who even had tears run down their cheeks. It's been more than 5,000 years. I finally set foot in my homeland. Sniff, sniff. Thank you so much, Master Yi. A true sovereign, heaven prostrated down to Yi Yuan, shedding tears of grat. One toot. He went to the absolute heaven barrier back then, and originally thought that he could never hope to return to his homeland again. He did not expect that today. He actually went out of absolute heaven. The absolute heaven barrier was a powerful barrier. It blocked the blood race's iron's hoofs, but did it not block countless Heaven One martial artists too? All along, there were large numbers of blood race troops stationed outside of the Pa-S sageways. But after South Chi's great victory, there were no more bloodkins outside of the Pa-S sageways. Only then did they have the chance to go out of absolute heaven. An army of 100,000 went forth in mighty contingents. Russ. H.I. plus ing until they were under Giant Net City. The blood race was stunned. Did South Chi's people go mad? Blood Promise stood on top of the city walls. Looking at Feng Xiaotian, he laughed loudly and said, Feng Xiaotian, is your head spoiled to actually dare come and invade Giant Net City? Feng Xiaotian said coolly, Blood Promise, today is your hour of doom. Blood Promise laughed loudly and said, All right, bring it on. This seat wants to see what you'll use to kill me. Giant Net City did not have a city protecting Grand Array, but it was naturally impossible for the blood race to not have any methods when they built a giant city. In reality, the materials used to build Giant Net City were all specially manufactured by the blood race. Once there were enemies that came to invade, it could erupt with formidable power and could even cut down Emperor realms. The power was not the slightest bit weaker than a Grand Array. This thing was called the Light of Blood Eye. Blood Promise, you piece of trash, this liege is here. Why haven't you knelt down to welcome me? Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Seeing Yi Yuan, Blood Promise's two eyes turned red at once. It was true that when two enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. How many losses had he suffered at this guy's hands? By the side, City Lord Sumu even had monstrous blood energy surging to the sky. Wisconsin H.I. plussing to tear Yi Yuan to shreds alive. His good friend, Bloodsword, was killed because of a word from Yi Yuan. At that time, he only felt that having offended Blood Divine Son His Highness, he was helpless too. However, who knew that this fellow was actually Yi Yuan? Younger brother Bloodsword, you died so unjustly. Uffed. Blood Promise spurted out a mouthful of old blood once more. In this Giant Net City, he had been humiliated by Yi Yuan several times. Now, this guy actually still came to anger him. Yi Yuan, you dare go out of the absolute heaven barrier? This seat will definitely kill you today. Blood Promise's two eyes were bright red as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Trash is trash. You're nothing at all in my eyes. Eugene, you killed our Hegemon Edgeless. Today, I'll have you repay a blood debt in blood. At this time, Eugene was standing on top of the city walls too. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he immediately understood in his heart. The Heaven One Army came for him. A hint of a sneer surfaced at the corners of his mouth. This bunch of guys was also underestimating Hegemon Realm's too much. Hegemon Realm. Even if it was a seriously wounded Hegemon Realm, they were also not what a bunch of ants could provoke. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "All right, this seat is waiting for you." Blood Promise even laughed mockingly and said, "Reckless and blind thing. You really think that having become the Blood Divine Son, you're very impressive? Hegemon realms are existences that you cannot imagine." "Oh, is that so? Then, I'm coming. Attack the city." Suddenly, Yi Yuan roared. Over 100,000 troops rushed in like a swarm of hornets. A hint of a cruel smile already flashed across the corners of Blood Promise's mouth. "After the light of blood," I erupted, "it will be considered pretty good if half of your 100,000 strong army can survive. Emperor realms will have to die in swathes too. This is your final trump card, right? If all of them died here, will those hegemons be in a lot of pain?" Thinking up to here, Blood Promise and Eugene were both incomparably delighted. South Chi's great battle was seriously lost too oppressively. However, they never dreamed that the Heaven One army actually ran over on their own accord to seek death. One had to know, right now, there were still 300,000 troops in Giant Net City, although these people were much worse compared to those elites. Under the help of the Light of Blood, it was still more than sufficient to finish off these 100,000 Heaven One elites. In reality, just the Saint Sovereign Heavens and true Sovereign Heavens within the jurisdiction of Giant Net City, the numbers already reached as high as several million. But Heaven One's raid was seriously too sudden. Giant Net City did not have time to summon everyone to join the battle at all. Presently, there was only a standing army of 300,000 in the city. However, it would suffice. Feng Xiaotian took the lead, bringing a group of Emperor realms and Russ, plussing straight for Blood Promise. The 100,000 strong army also rushed toward the top of the city walls. Right at this time, Giant Net City erupted with a BLOOD-Y light that rose to the sky, giving people a hair-raising feeling. And Estonies, plussing crisis welled up in everyone's hearts. But their speed did not reduce in the slightest, because Yi Yuan told them that they did not need to be scared. They should count on him for everything. If someone else said these, they would definitely turn their noses up in disdain. But with Yi Yuan saying this, they believed without a shadow of a doubt. This person had created an unprecedented great victory and created countless miracles. Not believing in him, who else could you believe in? When Blood Promise saw this, he laughed loudly and said, "A bunch of fools, could it be that Yi Yuan didn't tell you guys that Giant Net City has the light of blood eye? Die, fools." However, a figure jumped up onto the top of the city walls first. Following that, an even more terrifying aura directly erupted. This was Origin Blood energy. Its degree of terror made even the Bloodkins shudder. Then, the terrifying light of blood, I actually directly retreated. When Blood Promise saw this scene, his two eyes could not help going black, nearly fainting. Even Hegemon Eugene's pupils constricted too. *CK the light of blood. I completely did not dare to erupt in front of the blood origin that the Mother Stone bestowed. The light of blood, I was directly suppressed back by the origin aura that Yi Yuan erupted with. In reality, Yi Yuan already sensed this light of blood at Giant Net City. This light of blood, I was actually about the same as Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor cities. It was just that the light of blood I hear was much weaker. Yi Yuan had once attempted to slightly release a hint of blood origin aura. As a result, these light of blood, I feared him like a tiger. At that time, Yi Yuan determined that his origin of blood could suppress Giant Net City's light of blood eye, giving thanks to the Chaos Bloodstone. This wisp of blood origin was really useful. Uffed. Blood Promise spurted out another mouthful of old blood. He felt like he was almost dying. Mother Stone, don't scam your descendants like this. Isn't this killing people? In reality, even Hegemon Eugene also did not know how strong the blood origin in Yi Yuan's body was. At least, Hegemon Eugene was unable to suppress the light of blood eye. But Yi Yuan could. It was because the origin of blood in his body was the most fundamental and purest origin of blood. One had to know the entire blood race was created by the Mother Stone. In Blood Promise's heart, a myriad of curses galloped across. The blood race was actually scammed by the Mother Stone. When the Heaven One army saw the light of blood eye being suppressed, their imposing momentum skyrocketed significantly. Feng Xiaotian and the rest of the Emperor realms were wildly ecstatic too. Honestly speaking, they more or less still had some misgivings before this. The blood race's methods were impossible to guard against, but now their misgivings were all gone. Looking at Blood Promise's expression, everyone knew that he was extremely surprised too. The Blood Divine Son was indeed different. Yi Yuan was really the savior that Heaven sent to save Heaven One. Impressive. Hegemon Eugene's gaze turned slightly dark. He was going to take action. Although seriously injured, it was still not a problem to deal with the likes of Feng Xiaotian. But right at this time, a figure landed not far from him and said coolly, "Eugene, your opponent is me." Chapter 29:02 Creating Another Shocking Victory. Chapter 29:02 Creating Another Shocking Victory. Li Clearcloud, you actually haven't died under the Tao tribulations. Hoo-hoo, just the likes of you also want to kill me? Eugene looked at the arrival, full of disdain. He naturally knew Li Clearcloud. In reality, the two had fought many times. But in the end, Eugene was still one step ahead, stepping into Hegemon Realm. Li Clearcloud was still blocked outside the door of Hegemon Realm until now. With regards to Li Clearcloud, Eugene was naturally disdainful. Li Clearcloud said coolly, "If you were at your prime, I'm naturally not your match. But since you're seriously wounded by the Absolute Heaven Barrier's power, this is 8G. Oh, decent opportunity to kill you." Eugene said disdainfully, "No matter how seriously injured, this seat is a Hegemon too. You, a trash who can't even reach Hegemon, want to kill me too?" Li Clearcloud said coolly, "Wouldn't you know after trying?" Finished saying, Li Clearcloud pointed a finger. The power of origin came rolling in. The terrifying pressure made everyone's expression change drastically. Among them, it naturally included Eugene. He had a look of horror as he said, 9 origins. You actually comprehended 9 origins. Li Clearcloud ignored Eugene's horror and pointed a tyrannical finger at Eugene. Divine ability, 9 absolutes life-seizing finger. Eugene was horrified, blood energy in his body surging to the sky, desperately wanting to stop this finger. The composure just now had disappeared without a trace. What replaced, it was a look of alarm and fear. Boom. The B-L-O-O-D-Y light on Eugene's body directly had a large hole punched through by Li Clearcloud. His entire person being pierced through this finger was fearsome to the extreme. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing Li Clearcloud attack. It was truly breathtaking to the extreme. This was probably the #1 person under Hegemon, right? Is this a divine ability? Indeed amazing. Presently, I have the power of origin in my body too. I wonder if I can comprehend a divine ability or not. Yi Yuan looked at Li Clearcloud, who was practically poking a hole in the sky. His thoughts could not refrain from flying elsewhere. Divine abilities were the martial techniques used by hegemon realm powerhouses, the power formidable to the extreme. Although Lee Clearcloud was not hegemon realm yet, he comprehended 9 origins. His strength could virtually rival some of the weaker hegemon realms already. For Yi Yuan to dare come and kill a hegemon, his greatest reliance was naturally Lee Clearcloud. However, not all hegemon realms could comprehend a divine ability. Divine abilities were somewhat similar to the true spirit race's innate divine abilities. It was just that origin powerhouses needed a lucky chance to comprehend divine ability. Hegemon realms with divine abilities, their strength was naturally a great deal stronger than hegemon realms without divine abilities. Lee Clearcloud already grasped a divine ability in the origin realm. It truly took everyone's breath away. When Feng Xiaotian saw this scene, he also muttered, "That's a true divine ability technique. Once Brother Clearcloud enters hegemon realm, he'd likely be able to instantly kill same rank hegemons. Impressive. Impressive. That's a divine ability? How strong?" Shattered a hegemon realm with one finger. Really too impressive. Haha, today's battle, we're destined to shock the world. Swaz. H. Plus a surge of blood light rose to the sky. Eugene was going to escape. Lee Clearcloud laughed heartily and chased after with a lunge. It was only to hear extremely terrifying fighting sounds coming over from the horizon, making people quake in their boots. And over here, it was virtually a one-sided ma. As Saker, blood light shone brightly on Yi Yuan's body, charging into the army all by himself, akin to a no-man's land. His thick ACCU mulations erupted after breaking through to true sovereign heaven. He charged to peak lower true sovereign heaven in one stroke. Under grand completion true sovereign heaven, few were his match. When Yi Yuan was still only upper Saint Sovereign Heaven back then, he was already invincible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. Now, he was naturally even more powerful, and he drained 2 blood pools in succession. His bloodline power was already strong until it was incapable of further increase to. Under a punch, even if it was a true Sovereign Heaven, they would be directly one-shot too. With him around, the fights below Emperor Realm seemed to go much more smoothly, especially since this 100,000-strong army was Heaven One Alliance's elite martial artists to begin with. As soon as the army arrived, they swept away all obstacles in the way. It was the Emperor Realm fights that appeared a little worrisome. But at this time, Feng Xiaotian similarly had an unparalleled divine might, fighting until blood promise vomited blood repeatedly. Just as Yi Yuan expected, after consecutive battles, the blood race's Emperor realms had similarly suffered heavy losses. But on Heaven One's side, many new fresh blood were injected. On the Emperor realm's side, it was still Heaven One who occupied an absolute advantage. The conclusion seemed to already have been destined, while at this time, in the absolute heaven barrier, the hegemons had lost composure. Receiving the news that came over from South Chi Giant City, hegemon Cloudmount was virtually going nuts. This little scoundrel, is he mad? The power of the light of blood, even Emperor Realm powerhouses can't withstand it too. He led this 100,000-strong army. Isn't it going to court death? Moreover, no matter how injured a hegemon realm is, that's also a hegemon realm. Lee Clearcloud, that be A-S-T-A-R-D, actually accompanied Yi Yuan to go crazy together. It's angering this seat to death. Hegemon realm Cloudmount let loose a torrent of abuse. This bunch of guys actually directly went out of the absolute heaven barrier without even giving any heads up. The previous victory was by relying on the power of the city protecting Grand Array. Did these D-A-M-N things really think that they were invincible under the heavens? Humph! Old man Cloudmount, find disciples that you've taught. It's fine if they die, but if this army of 100,000 is lost, your extreme medicine sect will become a sinner. Hegemon Black Sun's voice came over. Hegemon Cloudmount's face turned black, but this time he surprisingly did not rebut. Divine Lord was full of anxiety as he said, "This battle, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory too. Many people have never experienced the prowess of the Light of Blood Eye. With the enhancement of the Light of Blood Eye, Giant Net City's 200,000-strong army will become ferocious savages. This time, Feng Xiaotian and Yi Yuan are really messing around too much." Hesitating for a moment, Hegemon Pine Springs said, "Master, little junior brother was once the blood race's blood divine son. He should understand the blood race's tricks a little. Perhaps he has a way to deal with the Light of Blood Eye." "Hoo-hoo, Light of Blood Eye. Even if it's us hegemons, we can only forcefully destroy it too. It can't be suppressed at all. Can he, a measly little true sovereign heaven, really overturn the heavens?" Hegemon Black Sun said with a cold smile, "What Brother Black Sun said is right. Yi Yuan has indeed created many miracles, but this time it's too reckless. I heard that going out of absolute heaven this time was him strongly pus. I plussing for it. How preposterous." Another hegemon said, "In my view, Yi Yuan has probably let the consecutive victories get to his head. Right now, he probably already doesn't even know what he's surnamed, right? Blood divine son, ho-hoo, what a great tea. The group of hegemons was extremely furious at this time. South Qi Giant City actually went to attack, arbitrarily, without even giving any notification. It was simply not showing them, these hegemons, any respect. Over 100,000 elites. Once they died at Giant Net City, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Facing such a stance, Hegemon Cloudmount felt tremendous pressure too. These few days, he really showed off to the extreme. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan sold him out? Furthermore, Li Clear Cloud, this scoundrel, actually accompanied Yi Yuan, a little fellow, to mess around. Right at this time, a figure sped over from the horizon. Giant Net City Great Victory. Giant Net City Great Victory. Hegemon Eugene was killed. An Estones. Plus in Great Victory. Chapter 29, 03 Hegemons Shocked. Chapter 29, 03 Hegemons Shocked. Eugene is dead. Divine Lord muttered to himself, and did not come back to his senses for some time. The absolute heaven barrier that was still kicking up a great fuss earlier instantly became quiet. Hegemon Black Sun even felt his face burn fiery hot. Just now he condemned Yi Yuan the hardest Wisconsin plussing to go down in person to smack Yi Yuan to death. But now, Eugene was actually dead. This was the first blood race hegemon realm that died since the absolute heaven barrier was established. This significance was too great. Dead, until he can't be deader. Hegemon Eugene died. Blood Promise escaped with heavy injuries, killed more than 30 blood race Emperor realms, and 130,000 people below Emperor realm, while we only lost less than 3,000 men. This battle's result is even more glorious than South Qi's great victory. Song Fei Hong's entire body trembled agitatedly. When he received the war report, he thought that he had heard wrongly. This was too miraculous. Originally, South Qi's great victory was already a battle result that he could not imagine. But this time, a hegemon was actually killed. Killing a hegemon, the significance was extraordinary. Forget about 300,000 troops. Even if it was 30 million troops, 300 million troops, it could not match up to a hegemon realm in importance too. How many Saint Sovereign Heavens did the blood race have? In a Giant Net City, there were 8 million taking part in the 100 Suns battle. 3 continents. Saint sovereign heavens were calculated in hundreds of millions. But among so many saint sovereign heavens, not a single hegemon realm could emerge too. One had to know in these few thousand years, the blood race merely produced 5 hegemon realms too. It could be seen how much importance a hegemon realm held. Now, a hegemon realm had actually fallen. How could Zhang Feihong not be agitated? Divine Lord felt that even his breathing had become ragged. A powerhouse like him, what kind of violent storm and wave had he not seen before? But this time he was really shocked. Less than 3,000 people died. How is this possible? The blood race's light of blood, is comparable to our city protecting Grand Array. So few people actually died. Divine Lord felt that his worldview had been completely subverted. Zhang Feihong said agitatedly. Yi Yuan obtained blood origin from Ji. Oh, D knows where. The moment his blood origin activated, the light of blood, was directly suppressed. Then it was S. Saker. Li Clearcloud faced off against the heavily wounded Eugene, fought fiercely for a day and night, and finally cut him down. When all the hegemons heard it, it was as if they were listening to a book from heaven. Blood origin, directly suppressed. You have got to be kidding. Where did he get blood origin? Furthermore, even if there's blood origin, it can't suppress the light of blood too, right? Divine Lord felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Zhang Feihong smiled bitterly and said, About this, I don't know. Your Excellencies had better go ask him personally. Ha ha! Before Zhang Feihong's voice faded, hegemon Cloudmount's unbridled laughter spread out. Too satisfying. Just earlier, he even had the thought of running to the blood race to go and risk his life. Who would have thought that there would be a turnaround? His 2 disciples actually gave him such of good news. Hearing hegemon Cloudmount's laughter, the other hegemons shut up sensibly. This face-slapping was too freaking resounding. Just now, everyone was berating Yi Yuan bitterly, saying it like Yi Yuan was a fool who was overambitious and unrealistic. In the end, they were slapped wildly. Overambitious and unrealistic. Try killing a hegemon realm by being overambitious. You all, this bunch of fellows, you wish to drown your father in spittle just now. Now, do you have a feeling of getting slapped in the face? Which of your father's disciples aren't talents that shock the world? Forget about your disciples. You people, some heirs every day. Have you killed an hegemon realm before? MN, sending troops out of South Chi, sweeping across giant net. Satisfying. Ha! Hegemon Cloudmount felt refreshed to the extreme. Wisconsin plus ing to slap the faces of the others. It was just that he had forgotten. Just now he had rebuked Yi Yuan and Li Clearcloud too. However, there was already no one who cared about this. All the hegemon realms were shocked by this shocking great victory. It was still Yi Yuan's first time entering the absolute heaven barrier. He could not help marveling in amazement, combining the power of dozens of hegemon realms. This absolute heaven barrier was truly built with superlative craftsmen. Plus P, its power boundless. If not for the hegemons intentionally letting him in, even if it was an origin powerhouse, they would be ground to dust by this power too. Suddenly, one illusory figure after another appeared around him, instantly giving him enormous pressure. Dozens of hegemon realms. What kind of terrifying power was this? Although in reality, these were all a wisp of clones from the hegemons. Yi Yuan felt that even the Li Clearcloud and Feng Xiaotian next to him, their expressions became unnatural too. Hegemon realm and Emperor realm. The gap was too big. Yi Yuan swept a glance. 63 hegemon realms. This should be all of Heaven One's strength. Ha ha ha. Terrific, lad. You really gained face for master. Well done. Beautifully executed. Cloudmount immediately let out a loud laugh when he saw Yi Yuan. The expressions of the others all seemed rather unnatural. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Eugene was killed by eldest senior brother. It's him who gained face for master. Li Clearcloud shot Yi Yuan a glare and said, Don't give me that. Could it be that this eldest senior brother, can still S-N-A-T-C-H credit with little junior brother? It was you who advocated it strongly, mobilizing forces out of South Chi and attacking Giant Net. It was also you who suppressed the light of blood, sweeping away all Under Emperor realm that I could cut Eugene down. If he relied on the light of blood, I really wouldn't have been able to kill him. This was like Blood Promise attacking South Chi in the past. Feng Xiaotian could resist 3 to 5 origin powerhouses by relying on the power of the Grand Array. Eugene was a hegemon realm powerhouse to begin with. If he relied on the power of the light of blood, blocking Li Clearcloud was still a cinch. Listening to these two apprentice brothers declining modestly, the other hegemons had indescribable feelings. Consecutive great victories. The limelight had all been S-N-A-T-C, head away by Cloudmount's lineage. This fellow was really like the noonday sun currently, bringing up a hegemon realm, an origin powerhouse who could kill a hegemon realm, and also an even more monstrous one that ran to the blood race and became the blood race's blood divine son. This was too demoralizing. All right. Your contributions, the Alliance will naturally make a judgment. Don't need to argue anymore. Yi Yuan, this Lord asks you, what's the deal with your blood origin? Divine Lord asked, mentioning this. Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of solemnness. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression changed, the other hegemons also felt a chill run down their backs. After Yi Yuan finished talking about the Chaos Bloodstone, the expressions of the hegemons all became solemn. The joy of the great victory was also swept away clean. What replaced it was deep worry. They thought that the blood race's strongest person was W-A-N-G Swa, who knew that the blood race was actually born from a Chaos Bloodstone. Judging from what Yi Yuan described, once this evil stone hatched, it would surely be a calamity. Hegemon Cloudmount looked at Yi Yuan and only said after some time, You brat, you're really messing around too much. Do you know that you're treating your life as a joke? Although Yi Yuan played it down, what kind of character was Hegemon Cloudmount? How could he not know the dangers involved? This Chaos Bloodstone was the mother stone of the blood race. Its power could be seen at a glance. Playing schemes with this thing, it was equivalent to dancing on the edge of a knife. Any slip-ups, and that would be a fatal consequence. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually succeeded. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The arrow was notched on the bow and have no choice but to release it. Such a Siv's secret. How can it do if I don't personally go and take a look? Although it was a little dangerous, there were some harvests when all things were considered. This wisp of blood origin rendered a great contribution. The group of hegemons was speechless. A puny little saint sovereign, heaven actually conned a trace of blood origin from the blood race's mother stone. Too freaking impressive. Divine Lord mused for a moment and said, Yi Yuan, can you let this Lord take a look at this blood origin? Yi Yuan nodded slightly, the origin of blood in his body suddenly erupting. The expressions of all the hegemons instantly changed. Divine Lord's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, What pure power of origin! No wonder you can suppress the light of blood. This Chaos Bloodstone is too terrifying. Those present were all hegemon realms. They were too familiar with the power of origin. They had fought countless times with the blood race's powerhouses and similarly understood the origin of blood extremely well. But even if it was W, A, N, G's was power of origin, it was also not as pure as this wisp. This was the real origin power of blood. Looking at a leopard through a tube, to see only one spot, they were able to imagine the horror of that chaos bloodstone. Once this chaos bloodstone is born, that will surely be the disaster of all the heavens. How can there be such a monstrous thing in this world? The blood race has really concealed things so deeply. Hegemon Chaos Bloodstone said with an emotional sigh. The other hegemons nodded one after another. They felt pressure too, but following that, it was deep helplessness. They were powerless to change this situation. Yi Yuan said, "Seniors, if my guesses are right, W, A, N, G's will definitely request the Chaos Bloodstone to take back this wisp of blood origin. I came here to request everyone to take action and help me to suppress this wisp of blood origin. Also, just nice, everyone can take this opportunity to gauge the Chaos Bloodstone's strength." In reality, Yi Yuan also did not know the Chaos Bloodstone's strength. He only knew that it was very strong. But just how strong, his realm was too low, and he was unable to perceive it at all. But these hegemons could gauge it. Chapter 29:04 Chaos Bloodstone makes a move. Peak Showdown. Chapter 29:04 Chaos Bloodstone makes a move. Peak Showdown. Lord W. A. N. G. Swa exploded once more. His roar spread throughout the entire blood G. O. D. Temples S. P. A. C. Yi Yuan, two words seemed particularly grating on the ears. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. Giant Net City was leveled to the ground. This was really a slap to the blood race's face. For thousands of years, when had the blood race suffered such a miserable defeat before? What was even more Ning was that Yi Yuan relied on the origin of blood to suppress the light of Blood Eye. That was how he attained an unprecedented great victory. This was really a joke. The Mother Stone acknowledged Yi Yuan and bestowed Yi Yuan the origin of blood. Then Yi Yuan used the origin of blood and ravaged the blood race, eliminating hegemon Eugene. This victory was simply a huge irony. W. A. N. G's was face burned fiery hot. He hated it. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually really dared to lead the Heaven One army to raid Giant Net City. But what could I do? Can I go and tell the Mother Stone, "You idiot, you picked the wrong person. Isn't this courting death?" But now it was out of the question if he did not go. Yi Yuan's existence was a huge latent danger. He had to tell the Mother Stone that it was wrong. After calming down, W. A. N. G's held fidgety emotions as he stepped into the void. The beating of the heart was still going strong. W. A. N. G's took a deep breath, a faintly discernible undulation transmitted out of his body. This was W. A. N. G's communication method with the Mother Stone. Suddenly, that powerful beating suddenly stopped. The entire void S. P. A. C was actually going to collapse. At the same time, the entire blood G. O. D temples started trembling. What is going on? Is the sky going to fall? In the blood G. O. D temple, many people did not know the inner reason and started panicking. And those blood race core powerhouses, each and every one had solemn expressions. They knew that the Mother Stone was enraged. W. A. N. G's knelt down before the Chaos Bloodstone, breaking out into a cold sweat. The pressure that the Chaos Bloodstone gave him was too great. He knew that this was the consequence. The paramount Mother Stone was actually blind. How humiliating was this? Even Lord W. A. and Jizwa trembled with fear in front of the Chaos Bloodstone. That puny little saint sovereign heaven actually cheated it of its origin of blood. To the Chaos Bloodstone, this was unprecedented humiliation. That ant-like little fellow, too weak, it could turn him to ashes with a thought, but it was such an ant that actually conned him of a trace of blood origin. No idea how long had Pa S. said either. The Chaos Bloodstone finally quietened down. The originally crumbling void actually started to be repaired. An intangible undulation transmitted out of the Chaos Bloodstone. And Jizwa groveled. Another series of fluctuations transmitting out, recounting the entire matter of Yi Yuan. The Chaos Bloodstone fell into silence. Clearly, this little fellow surprised him greatly. However, no matter how formidable, he was also just a little fellow. In front of absolute power, any schemes were all futile. Suddenly, a drop of blood essence floated out of the Chaos Bloodstone. It was precisely that drop of blood essence from Yi Yuan's body. When Jizwa saw it, he could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. A series of blood-colored light halos transmitted out of the Chaos Bloodstone, entering that drop of blood essence. Jizwa had an excited look. Killing Yi Yuan had practically already become his top priority. Once the Mother Stone made a move, that punk absolutely could not escape. This drop of blood essence was the hostage. What was laughable was that Yi Yuan actually dared to hand his blood essence over to the Mother Stone. Using this drop of blood essence, the Mother Stone would be able to deal a backlash to the original body, directly killing the other party. But 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths Pa S. said. The Chaos Bloodstone did not have any activities. What the HELL did killing a true sovereign heaven need so long? Bang! That drop of blood essence exploded, instantly turning into nothingness. The Chaos Mother Stone that had already calmed down became enraged again. Jizwa had a stunned face. What was going on? The Mother Stone could not kill Yi Yuan? An undulation spread out, and Jizwa instantly understood. This drop of blood essence was not Yi Yuan's. Jizwa could not help drawing a breath of cold air. This was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan used other people's blood essence to Pa S himself off. Furthermore, it actually even worked. What kind of existence was the Chaos Bloodstone? He knew all too well. A powerful existence capable of creating a race was absolutely an existence that saw through all life penetratingly, but it was actually deceived by a little fellow who did not even reach the Emperor realm. Of course, if he knew that the wisp of Tao sword that Yi Yuan left behind was currently lying dormant in the Chaos Bloodstone quietly, he would definitely be even more shocked. Another ripple of undulation spread out. Jizwa roused himself again. There was still the origin of blood. The blood essence was not Yi Yuan's, but the origin of blood was given to Yi Yuan. Clearly, the Chaos Bloodstone was truly enraged. A powerful origin power came off from it, directly Pa S, sing through the void and reaching into the distance. Far-reaching, unrestrained, but with boundless power. It's here. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood mist. That force had not arrived yet, and he already felt a boundless pressure. The expressions of the hegemons instantly changed. Too strong. Is this the power of the Chaos Bloodstone? There's actually still such a terrifying existence hidden in the blood race. Too scary. Divine Lord's hair stood on end, feeling enormous pressure. So strong. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world. What an evil power! Once this thing is born, I'm afraid that the entire 33 heavens will be plunged into despair. This power of origin was tyrannical to the extreme. The Chaos Bloodstone stopped concealing itself. It also had no need to hide anymore. The origin of blood was already bestowed on Yi Yuan. The Heaven One's various races naturally knew about his existence too. Within Yi Yuan's body, that wisp of blood origin was already eager to cause trouble, virtually breaking out of his body. Once it emerged, it would definitely blow his entire body up. On Yi Yuan's body, his skin started splitting apart, blood mist spurting out like it was free. What are you still in a stupor for? Still not making a move? Yi Yuan is going to die. Hegemon Cloudmount roared, a boundlessly powerful origin power flooding out crazily, directly injecting into Yi Yuan's body. The others also abruptly startled awake, one powerful origin power after another directly firing into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan only felt that there were countless powerful gases within his body that were currently circling around crazily. These powerful gases were like one bomb after another that could blow him into smithereens at any time. One power of origin after another suppressed the origin of blood. At this time, the insides of Yi Yuan's body had already become a battlefield. The battlefield for the group of hegemons and the Chaos Bloodstone to wrestle with strength. This was completely dancing on the edge of a knife. A single misstep, and Yi Yuan would die until not even dregs remained. This was a soundless battlefield. It would not shock the heavens and make the earth quake, but it was absolutely dangerous to the extreme. Very soon, the Chaos Bloodstone's power of origin suddenly descended. That feeling was like a giant battle's. I plus P had covered the sky and blotted out the sun as it descended. It was as if the end of the world had come. Yi Yuan's two eyes went dark, almost fainting away. Chapter 29:05 Mutual Destruction. Chapter 29:05 Mutual Destruction. Yi Yuan felt like his dantian was about to explode. A tremendous power was towing the origin of blood, wanting to pull it out of his body. Fortunately, dozens of hegemon realms made a move at the same time. This power was sufficient to obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. It was also Yi Yuan's first time feeling the power of hegemon's origin power. That kind of power originated from heavenly Tao and carried the might of heaven. This feeling undoubtedly had tremendous benefits for Yi Yuan. In the future, it had tremendous reference significance when he stepped into the origin realm or even the hegemon realm. But at this time, he could not care less. He was currently like a grinding disc being scrubbed back and forth by two formidable forces. Wanna die? This was Yi Yuan's only feeling at this time. Too strong. Although the collision this time was not a physical showdown, the showdown of origins held other dangers. He spurted blood fog from his mouth wildly, instantly falling into the brink of death. And right at this time, a powerful life force poured into his physical body, healing his injuries frenziedly. Guard your heart. Bring out your Tao sword and suppress the origin of blood. This thing is very important to both you and us. We mustn't let him take it back. Hegemon Cloudmount's words sounded in Yi Yuan's ears. This life force was extremely strong. Although his physical body was constantly being destroyed, it was also being frenziedly healed. The power of a hegemon was unimaginable. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly, hurriedly converging his mind. Tao's sword suspending in his dantian, suppressing the origin of blood. This wisp of blood origin was not strong. Yi Yuan's strength was sufficient to suppress it. The Chaos Bloodstone had high regard for Yi Yuan because of the aura of the Tao sword. It naturally would not harm him. This wisp of blood origin was just to help him comprehend the Tao of origin. but it became incomparably berserk under the Chaos Bloodstone's calling, desperately wanting to break free from Yi Yuan's constraints. Yi Yuan's Dao sword burst forth with a powerful pressure, forcibly suppressing this origin power in his Dantian. As for the outside world's raging storm, that was not something that he could intervene in. Presumably, with dozens of hegemons joining hands, it would not be to an extent of being unable to deal with a Chaos Bloodstone, right? After all, this was not his main body descending in person. Sure enough, in both sides' origin battle, the Heaven One hegemons took the upper hand very quickly, especially Divine Lord, as well as Hegemon Cloudmount, Hegemon Black Sun. These few, their strength was really formidable to the extreme. It was also Yi Yuan's first time feeling Divine Lord's strength. His power of origin was like a dazzling sun, beating everyone's power of origin. But this silent confrontation was dangerous to the extreme. If not for Hegemon Cloudmount protecting Yi Yuan, he would long have been wrecked into residues. Although they took the upper hand, each hegemon's face had solemnity written all over it. There were dozens of hegemons taking action at the same time. This kind of terrifying lineup was sufficient to obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. It actually merely suppressed the Chaos Bloodstone. The other party was too strong. This thing is too strong. If its main body descended in person, we can't resist at all. Divine Lord's face revealed an unprecedented, solemn expression. Hegemon Black Sun also said in a solemn voice, "What the L is this thing? Its wicked aura is surging to the sky. If this thing is born, I'm afraid that it will be able to sweep across the 33 heavens on its own." Hegemon Cloudmount said, "This thing coexists with the blood race. The stronger the blood race is, the greater his strength. Now, the momentum of its rise is probably unstoppable already." With one sentence, everyone fell silent. This was a huge crisis. This is no longer our grand bright jade, complete heaven's affair. We must break through the boundary wall and announce to all the heavens and deal with the blood race together. At this rate, it's not impossible for the 33 heavens to fully fall into the enemy's hands. Hegemon Black Sun said. Divine Lord said in a solemn voice, "It's no use. I've long contacted the fellow Taoists in the other heavens, but I can't contact them at all now. Most likely, the crisis of the boundary wall has already swept throughout all the heavens. Furthermore, with our current situation, we can't break through the boundary wall at all. I'll go." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. The group of hegemons were taken aback and could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. "You, a lower true sovereign heaven, wanted to traverse through the heavens? You're kidding me." But Yi Yuan did not have this self-awareness and said in a solemn voice, "No matter what, we should make a trip to the heavens. Fighting the enemy separately like this will only each be routed by the blood race in the end. Even if I bring back some news, it will be of tremendous help to us too." His words made the group of hegemons fall silent. Back then, when the labyrinth divine palace swept throughout the heavens, it provoked all the heavens hegemons to join forces before they managed to suppress it. But currently, all the heavens were fighting the enemy on their own and were unable to resist the blood race at all. One shouldn't look at how the Heaven One Alliance achieved successive victories currently. Those were just miracles created by Yi Yuan by relying on numerous means. But this kind of miracle actually only affected those below the Emperor realm. The battle situation above Emperor realm did not change in the slightest. Even if a hegemon was killed, Heaven One was still in an absolute weak state of affairs. Furthermore, the blood race became increasingly stronger. The end result would still be the absolute heaven barrier being breached and grand bright jade, complete heaven falling into the enemy's hands. This kind of outcome, everyone was actually mentally prepared since a long time ago. It was just a matter of time. Divine Lord nodded and said, "What Yi Yuan said is right. We should make a trip to the various heavens. It's just," Yi Yuan said, "just let Master Cloudmount assist me. I'll naturally have a way to pass through the boundary wall." When the group of hegemons heard, they were extremely surprised. Sending a true sovereign heaven out of the boundary wall, this was simply a fantasy tale. Everyone was currently discussing it when Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The origin of blood within his body became berserk once again. *T. That guy wants to detonate the origin of blood. Hegemon Cloudmount cried out in alarm. At the outside world, the Chaos Bloodstone also became extremely irascible after suffering a silent loss. Detonating the origin of blood caused tremendous harm to his main body too. Unless there were no alternatives, he did not want to as well. But at this time, he felt that he was being schemed against by Yi Yuan in all manner. This time, he even mobilized dozens of Hegemon realm powerhouses to encircle and suppress him. This genuinely enraged him. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. Detonating the blood origin, this was something that happened internally. No matter how strong the hegemons were, they were unable to stop it too. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations coming off Yi Yuan's body, Hegemon Cloudmount's eyes turned bloodshot. He was too satisfied with this disciple. If Yi Yuan died here, he would be overwhelmed to the extent where he wished that he was dead. Uffed! Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, the blood origin swelling crazily. His Dao sword was almost unable to suppress it anymore. His body was like a balloon being inflated with air, swelling up rapidly. If he exploded, he would be ground to dust. No matter how weak an origin was, that was also an origin. This kind of thing should never have existed in a true sovereign heaven's body in the first place. If an origin detonated, that power would be absolutely horrifying. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the Chaos Bloodstone would actually risk mutual destruction and detonate the blood origin. At the critical moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. He controlled the Dao sword and stabbed over toward that trace of blood origin. Chapter 2906 Forced Fusion, severely wounding the Chaos Bloodstone. Chapter 2906 Forced Fusion, severely wounding the Chaos Bloodstone. With regards to this trace of blood origin, Yi Yuan had always stayed as far away from it as possible. After all, it was too powerful. He had always been studying this trace of blood origin, hoping to be able to pry into the blood race's secrets. It was just that this thing was too profound. His realm was not there yet, and he could not understand it. But this time, he had no choice anymore. If he allowed it to detonate freely, he would be dead for sure. Hence, he controlled the Dao sword and chopped toward the blood origin. This was not for the sake of destroying the blood origin, but to forcefully integrate it. As the Dao sword was born from Yi Yuan's lifetime comprehension of great Dao, it was his supremely powerful treasure that he derived from destroying a world. How much potential this thing had, even he himself did not know either. At least he could accomplish things that many people could not do, such as suppressing the blood race's blood essence. This showed that Yi Yuan's Dao surmounted many things to begin with. No matter how strong the origin of blood, it was also just a type of origin power that was born from heaven and earth. Even if it was all-encompassing, it was also impossible to be greater than heaven. But Yi Yuan's Dao sword was an item that evoked heaven's jealousy. It was born from heavenly Dao, but also different from heavenly Dao. Hence, Yi Yuan had no choice. He could only forcefully integrate it and forcibly refine it, turning this wisp of origin power into his own. This origin of blood did not belong to Yi Yuan. It was just the Chaos Bloodstone, lending it to Yi Yuan to use. But At this time, Yi Yuan was going to seize it for himself. An all-encompassing Sing aura was released from the Tao sword. That was akin to all roads leading to Rome that belonged to great Tao. Under this power, the blood origin seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex. Following that, the Tao sword transformed into thousands of fine strands, forcibly penetrating into that trace of blood origin. Force fusion. The outside world could not see this scene at all. Each hegemon's face revealed an extremely worried expression, and over at the Chaos Bloodstone there. Although he did not speak, judging from his aura, he was clearly proud of himself to the extreme. That pleasure of taking revenge seeped through the power of origin, showing itself to the hegemons. And it. If the power of origin crumbles, a true sovereign heaven definitely can't withstand it. This time, Yi Yuan is really dead for sure. Divine Lord said agitatedly, this N thing actually did not stint to damage his own strength in order to kill a lower true sovereign heaven. Zhou Pine Spring also said with a look of grief and indignation. Hegemon Cloudmount's 2 eyes even turned blood red, urging his own origin power crazily, fighting back against the Chaos Bloodstone. Die, die, die. All attack ruthlessly for me. Your father must make this guy pay the price. Cloudmount roared. This was the disciple that he cherished the most. Now, he was actually going to die in front of him. He could not stand it. Although Yi Yuan became his disciple for a short time, Yi Yuan indeed suited his taste very much. That imposing aura that showed disdain on the world, that sort of fanaticism and madness toward alchemy Tao. It was virtually identical to him back then, but now Yi Yuan was actually going to die. Feeling hegemon Chaos Bloodstone's lament and resentment, Divine Lord and the rest also urged their origin power crazily, attempting to inflict serious injuries on the Chaos Bloodstone. He was also hoping to stop the Chaos Bloodstone from detonating the blood origin through this kind of method. But this was futile. If the Chaos Bloodstone wanted to detonate the blood origin, it was merely a matter of a thought. This was already irreversible, but it was certainly very hard for the Chaos Bloodstone's power of origin to want to break through the blockade of dozens of hegemons. But it was not difficult to get away. This guy's origin power was born from heaven and earth. It was extremely pure and powerful, surmounting all the hegemons. That shocking origin of blood gradually faded away. The group of hegemons obstructed and intercepted and failed to stop him. Furthermore, his retreat was unhurried, as if to express mockery to the group of hegemons. But suddenly, this origin power suddenly paused, instantly weakening. How could the hegemons let this chance go? Origin powers smashed over towards the Chaos Bloodstone frenziedly. The originally powerful origin of blood was pressed on the ground by dozens of hegemons at this time, and being drubbed. Even if they were unable to eradicate it, it caused tremendous damage to him. A confrontation of origin powers was extremely dangerous to begin wide. With this, it was sufficient for the Chaos Bloodstone to bite off more than he could chew. It was just that they were perplexed in their hearts. What was going on with this Chaos Bloodstone? Swaz. Plus the origin of blood could not withstand such terrifying attacks, retreating like tidewater. When he came, he was fearsomely powerful, making the dozens of hegemons feel like they were facing a great enemy. But when he left, he was panicky like a dog that lost its home. This battle was a complete victory. What on earth is going on here? His power of origin seems to have suffered a serious injury. Divine Lord said with a frown. Cloudmount shuddered and cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan! It must be Yi Yuan! The group of hegemons no longer pursued the Chaos Bloodstone and returned to Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan was safe and sound, but The aura of blood exuding from his body made everyone's faces change slightly. The forced fusion succeeded, but Yi Yuan's body was tainted with a terrifying origin of blood. This made his aura change drastically. At this time, the feeling that Yi Yuan gave the hegemons was like they were facing a bloodkin. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Hegemon Cloudmount asked with concern. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Sucking in a deep breath, he shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Just now, in my moment of desperation, I forcefully integrated the origin of blood. Now, it has already become a part of my Tao sword." The hegemons drew a breath of cold air. This guy was too crazy. Fusing origin, this sort of thing, was no different from courting death. This guy actually fused it just like that. Power of origin was the great Tao that others comprehended. It could not be copied at all. The path that each person took was different, forcefully combining other people's path with your own path. This was completely a death-seeking action. A single misstep, and it would be the result of Foundation collapsing. This was also the reason why it was so hard for hegemon realms to be born. Your path, you could only walk yourself. Yi Yuan actually integrated it just like this. Furthermore, it even worked. However, it was precisely because of Yi Yuan's madness that they could deal a deadly blow to the Chaos Bloodstone, inflicting heavy wounds on the Chaos Bloodstone. It was just that at this time, the B-L-O-O-D-Y energy on Yi Yuan's body billowed to the sky. Judging from his aura, he was completely a bloodkin already. Ha ha ha, terrific lad. Master knew that you'd be fine. Hegemon Cloudmount said with a loud laugh. Zhou Pinespring rolled his eyes and said, "Just now, wonder whose eyes turned red," and said that he was going to avenge junior brother. Hegemon Cloudmount said in a great rage, "You scoundrel! Do you want to betray your master?" The corners of Zhou Pinespring's mouth twitched slightly, and he stopped talking. Yi Yuan looked at the master and disciple, two people, and could not help smiling. Of course, he felt a warm current flow through in his heart. This master was acknowledged correctly. Yi Yuan, then do you belong to the blood race or human race now? Hegemon Blacksun suddenly said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. What was the meaning of this? Hegemon Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, "Blacksun, what do you mean? Of course Yi Yuan is a human." But Hegemon Blacksun said, if he has been AS, assimilated by the blood race, if he's only Brus, I plussing you off right now. Chapter 29, seven-headed for the Soul Clan. Chapter 29, seven-headed for the Soul Clan. The group of hegemons fell silent. There was indeed this possibility. Blood slaves being controlled by the blood race were not easy to be discovered when placed in a crowd, let alone that Yi Yuan, this blood slave, was personally assimilated by the Mother Stone. This I have no way of proving. Yi Yuan spread his two hands out and said very shamelessly. He indeed had no way of proving it. He looked completely like a bloodkin from head to toe currently. The moment these words came out, many hegemons' expressions changed one after another, while Blacksun smiled coldly and said, "Since you're unable to prove yourself, then you're a huge hidden danger to us. Divine Lord, this boy can't be kept alive." The moment these words came out, Hegemon Cloudmount immediately objected, saying angrily, F***CKU, Blacksun, you blood thing, do you want to spar with this seat? Come. If I don't beat you until you cry for your mother, this seat absolutely won't stop. While talking, Hegemon Cloudmount's overwhelming aura was monstrous. The entire absolute heaven barrier started to tremble. He did not look like he was joking in the slightest. He was really going to exert his utmost strength. This stance, He was already going to rescind his power to the absolute heaven barrier and fight to the death with Hegemon Blacksun. Hegemon Blacksun's expression also changed drastically. Clearly, he did not expect that Hegemon Cloudmount was actually being serious. He turned hostile at the drop of hate. It frightened the other Hegemons badly too. Hegemon Cloudmount's function in the absolute heaven barrier was that of the main pillar. If he revolted, then the consequence would be disastrous. Divine Lord frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist Cloudmount, please hold your horses first. If there's anything, let's discuss it clearly. We mustn't easily take action and let the blood race have an opportunity to exploit." Hegemon Cloudmount bristled with anger and said with a cold smile, "What rubbish! H. Plus Schwezimming. Don't think that this seat doesn't understand. You have this intention too. But have you thought before how many amazing contributions Yi Yuan has made in these short few decades? You guys actually kicked him to the curb like this after he has outlived his usefulness. Do you feel that your father is easily bullied?" Hegemon Cloudmount was not a fool, let alone someone who angered easily. Him exploding like this, he had naturally already thought it over in his heart. Although Blacksun's words were unpleasant, what he said represented the thoughts of the vast majority of the Hegemons. Was Yi Yuan very impressive? Yes, too impressive. But it was also precisely because of this that this bomb was too terrifying to be placed in the Alliance. It was terrifying to the degree that even Divine Lord was fearful of it. This person had just scammed even the Chaos Bloodstone. But Hegemon Cloudmount did not care about these at all. Yi Yuan was his disciple, his most valued disciple. Even if everyone did not stand on Yi Yuan's side, he had to stand on Yi Yuan's side too. No one expected that Hegemon Cloudmount actually valued Yi Yuan so much and actually directly fell out. Him directly calling Divine Lord's name was virtually equivalent to making a decisive breakaway. This already represented his attitude. Want to kill Yi Yuan? It was absolutely impossible. Divine Lord also felt a headache and said, "Fellow Taoist Cloudmount, don't get angry first." This Lord also didn't say to kill Yi Yuan. It's just that we're burdened with everyone's expectations. No mistakes can be allowed. With Yi Yuan's state, we have to figure out what's going on. Isn't that so? Cloudmount snorted coldly and said, "This seat will vouch for him. Yi Yuan absolutely won't betray the Alliance. If you all can't figure out what's going on, then think of a way to figure it out. But if anyone dares to touch a single hair of Yi Yuan's, even if I abandon the absolute heaven barrier, I'll also get justice back." The expressions of the group of Hegemons became incomparably awkward. This was being completely unreasonable. But this kind of unreasonableness made Yi Yuan feel a warmth in his heart. From start to end, he had unconditional faith in him and never even asked a word. Hegemon Blacksun wanted to kill him. Hegemon Cloudmount even directly exploded without even thinking. With such a master, what more could one ask for? At this time, Zhou Pinespring also said coolly, "This set will advance and retreat together with Master." Li Clearcloud also stood beside Yi Yuan and said coolly, This eldest senior brother isn't a Hegemon realm yet. My words carry little weight. But before killing Yi Yuan, you have to kill me first." Feng Xiaotian did not say anything. He just stood beside Yi Yuan silently. The attitude was self-explanatory. The expressions of the Hegemons changed again. There was no need to talk about Zhou Pinespring, this Hegemon powerhouse. Li Clearcloud was a huge potential stock too. Once these master and disciples, 3 people withdrew, the Heaven One Alliance would virtually be equivalent to dissolving. This consequence would be severe. Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. Originally, he was still somewhat conflicted about acknowledging a master. But now, he only felt that this decision was incomparably right. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Both sides were in a stalemate, neither able to open their mouths. Did the concerns of divine, Lord, they all not make any sense? Of course it did. Yi Yuan's situation was a huge latent danger to them. His current realm was still low. After he entered Emperor Realm, that impact would be huge. Presently, Yi Yuan was already the entire Heaven One's legendary figure. If this kind of character became a bloodkin, this was undoubtedly a massive joke. This effect was pretty much the same as the blood divine son. It was just that the blood race could afford the loss, but Heaven One could not afford to lose. Yi Yuan suddenly took a step forward and said with clasped hands, "Master, seniors, there's actually no need to be troubled over this matter. Previously, I said before that I'm going to leave Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. As long as I'm not here, all the latent dangers naturally won't exist either. If I'm in the various heavens and can bring back some useful intel, or even the way to defeat the blood race, then everyone naturally won't need to suspect anything anymore too." He Gemin Cloudmount's pupils constricted and said, "You're really leaving? You have to know there are too many perils in the various heavens. There isn't Master to protect you there once you encounter danger. And, oh, body can save you." In Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, he Gemin Cloudmount was a D-like existence. Even if the dozens of hegemons on the scene wanted to kill Yi Yuan, he could protect him too. But if he went to other planes, it would be beyond Hegemon Cloudmount's reach. Yi Yuan nodded his head firmly and said, "Yes, disciple has a reason that I must go." His reason was Mu Ling Xue. At present, Yi Yuan's divine emergence had already been cultivated to late-stage second level. It was already not far from the third level. Once he broke through to the third level, Yi Yuan would be able to recondense Mu Ling Xue's divine soul and revive her. He had waited too long for this day. Over at Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven this side, the blood race was turned upside down, and the Chaos Bloodstone was seriously injured too. Within a short time, there should not be too many dangers on the Heaven One Alliance this side. Actually, after Yi Yuan broke through to true sovereign heaven, Mi Tian told him that recondensing the divine soul still needed a series of steps, and that he had to make a trip to the Soul Clan. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not want to delay a single moment. He only wanted to immediately set off and head to the Soul Clan. The soul race did not exist in Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. In the 33 heavens, each heaven had their own unique race, such as Mi Tian's hometown, Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven. There were many chaos true spirits. And although Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, had many true spirits, there were no true spirits that were truly born from chaos. The soul race's most prosperous land was the nihility exceeding balance heaven. This was also Yi Yuan's destination. Chapter Hegemon Cloudmount mused for a long time, but finally still agreed. Hegemon Cloudmount mused for a long time, but finally still agreed. Very clearly, this was the best way. To really fight it out to the death, that was not the situation that he wanted to see. Otherwise, how could he have guarded this absolute heaven barrier for thousands of years? But for Yi Yuan, he would rather fall out with the hegemons. Hearing Hegemon Cloudmount agreed, everyone including Divine, Lord, let out a long sigh in relief. To really talk about strength, even if Hegemon Cloudmount was not as strong as Divine Lord, he was also not far off. The two were both the most apex hegemon realms. Once this kind of core figure erupted, then Heaven One Alliance would be completely finished. It seemed like Yi Yuan leaving became the best option. Yi Yuan looked at Hegemon Cloudmount, as well as Zhou Pinespring they all, and he cupped his fists as he said, "Many thanks, Master, as well as the trust of senior apprentice brothers." At most 100 years, within 100 years, Yi Yuan will definitely rush back and fight shoulder to shoulder with everyone and eradicate the blood race. Hegemon Cloudmount flicked his sleeves, and the unfriendly look on his face grew thicker as he said cynically, "Everyone says that the bough is cast aside once the birds are God. The bird isn't dead yet, and some people already want to kick the bough out after its services are no longer needed, cutting off their own arm. What a joke! What **T trust. Don't look at whatever Heaven One alliance. Actually, each and every one is harboring ulterior motives. If this was not the case, how could Heaven One not be able to even give birth to a single hegemon realm for thousands of years?" Ha ha! This sarcasm. If somebody else said it, they would definitely be smacked to death by the hegemons. But no one dared to rebut Hegemon Cloudmount's words. Even Divine Lord had to bottle it up too. Right now, under this sort of situation, they could not trigger this old man anymore. The more they said, the more severe the consequences would be. Under a huge or vein, the barrier of heavens that led to the nihility exceeding balance, heaven was hidden. This barrier of heavens was extremely hidden. It was hard for ordinary martial artists to reach it too. However, to these hegemons, it was naturally not considered a secret. Passing through the barrier of heavens was an extremely difficult thing. Not reaching hegemon realm, it was incredibly arduous to want to pass through the barrier of heavens. Even if it was a hegemon realm, tearing through the boundary and heading to other planes was also not something that could be done casually. Hegemon Cloudmount's true body came. The other hegemons also sent clones over, witnessing Yi Yuan's departure. Not seeing Yi Yuan leave with their own eyes, they could not set their minds at ease. Regarding this, Hegemon Cloudmount naturally turned his nose up in disdain. Of course, Hegemon Cloudmount being able to leave temporarily was also thanks to Yi Yuan. This series of shocking victories beat the blood race until they could not catch their breath. That was how he could leave temporarily. I didn't expect that you're actually going to nihility exceeding balance heaven. That is the territory of the soul race. However, Master has once visited the various heavens and myriad worlds. Nihility exceeding balance heaven has many hegemons who owe this old man a favor to. Bring this thing along with you. If you really run into some trouble, go and find those few old things. They will naturally make a move and help you. As he said, Hegemon Cloudmount passed Yi Yuan a long-stemmed tobacco pipe. Seeing this long-stemmed tobacco pipe, Zhou Pinespring and Li Clearcloud's eyelids quivered, revealing disbelieving looks. The other hegemons had shocked faces too. Hegemon Cloudmount was a major smoking addict. This long-stemmed tobacco pipe was called Treasured Glass Tobacco Pouch. It was his lifeblood. This thing had followed him for God knows how many years already. It had never left him, although because of material limitations, it could only be promoted to grade 4 Grand Mist treasure quality. In the end, it held extraordinary meaning to Hegemon Cloudmount. Today, he actually gave this treasure to Yi Yuan. It could be seen how highly he valued Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not a fool either. He could tell the value of this item from the other people's expressions. He shook his head and said, "No way, this thing is too valuable. This disciple can't accept it." Hegemon Cloudmount glared and said in a solemn voice, "Just take it when I ask you to. What's with all the crap? A lousy grade 4 Grand Mist treasure. This seat doesn't think anything of it." Seeing that Hegemon Cloudmount's mind was made up, Yi Yuan hesitated for a bit, but still accepted it and said, "All right, then disciple will accept it. Master, rest assured, I'll definitely bring it back." Hegemon Cloudmount said impatiently. "Already said, just a piece of crap. If it's thrown away, it's thrown away. Could it be that this seat would still care? All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get lost. I can't leave the absolute heaven barrier for too long." Yi Yuan put the treasured glass tobacco pouch away and nodded slightly as he said, "Then I'll have to trouble Master." Hegemon Cloudmount said, "Kid, this barrier of heavens isn't an ordinary existence. This seat can't send you across the boundary at all. The pressure and the chaos will crush you into a meat loaf." It was naturally no big deal for Hegemon realms to pass through the barrier of heavens, but Yi Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if there was Hegemon Cloudmount's help, he had to withstand tremendous pressure too. This pressure was sufficient to crush him to death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Master, rest assured, this disciple naturally has his means." Hegemon Cloudmount nodded and said, "Amen, in a while I'll forcibly break through the barrier of heavens. But while I say that it's breaking through, actually, Emperor Vast Heaven will also find it difficult to bear the pressure inside. Furthermore, there's only a brief 15 minutes. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Master, please cast the spell." Hegemon Cloudmount stopped being long-winded and urged his powers to start tearing through the boundary. He also really wanted to see just what means Yi Yuan had to pass through the barrier of heavens. The other hegemons actually did not really believe it. Therefore, that was why they did not care about Hegemon Cloudmount's biting sarcasm, insisting on coming over to take a look. If this Hegemon Cloudmount deliberately went easy and said that Yi Yuan left, but he actually did not leave, then the problem would be huge. The barrier of heavens isolated the 33 heavens, making the 33 heavens each become a world. Want to pass through the barrier of heavens, not unless one's strength reached the Hegemon realm. Of course, Origin Emperor Sakura Heavens also had the strength to pass through the barrier of heavens. It was just that the price was too high. No one was willing to attempt it. Hegemon realms could forcefully tear through the boundary. If dozens of Hegemon realms joined hands, they could even completely link up two worlds, letting people with meager strength forcefully pass through the plains. Back then, that was how the Labyrinth Divine Palace swept across the 33 heavens. And that battle also alarmed the hegemons in all the heavens, setting off a shocking great battle of hegemons. But a single hegemon realm, even if it was a powerhouse like Hegemon Realm Cloudmount, he was unable to completely open up a passageway. The powerful pressure in the barrier of heavens was sufficient to crush a puny little true sovereign heaven like Yi Yuan into minced meat. Therefore, they did not believe it. A terrifying energy undulation directly infiltrated the barrier of heavens. Amidst that thick stretch of chaos, an opening was forcefully opened up. It was just that the region of chaos was still very dense. Furthermore, that passageway that was being forcibly opened up was currently healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yi Yuan cupped his fists towards Hegemon Cloudmount and the rest and said, "Master and Senior Apprentice brothers, take care. Yi Yuan is leaving." Finished saying, Yi Yuan immediately transformed into a true dragon and tore across the air, only to see Yi Yuan being akin to fish in water amidst that region of chaos, seemingly very comfortable. That terrifying chaos pressure was actually unable to do anything to him. All the hegemons were dumbfounded from watching. This kid really had so many tricks that it was appalling. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter: that seems like the true dragon clan's wandering the divine space, right? This kid actually even learned such a secret art. Divine Lord saw through Yi Yuan's secret art with one glance and was extremely shocked. That seems like the true dragon clan's wandering the divine space, right? This kid actually even learned such a secret art. Divine Lord saw through Yi Yuan's secret art with one glance and was extremely shocked. It's actually wandering the divine space. Legends have it that when this secret art travels through the void, it will meet with no resistance, as if entering an unpopulated land. Upon seeing it today, it's indeed extraordinary. Hegemon Black Sun said in shock. Heard that this secret art can only be grasped by Chaos True Dragons. This boy is just true sovereign heaven. His bloodline is already powerful to such a degree. Seeing Yi Yuan tear across space, each and every one of the hegemons was dumbfounded with amazement. It was truly that this secret art was too miraculous. Chaos True Dragon. Even among hegemons, it was an extremely powerful existence too. And wandering the divine space, even hegemon realms were incredibly envious too. With this secret art, one could travel to and fro freely between the various heavens. Originally, Yi Yuan was unable to cultivate this secret art. But after draining the blood pool twice, and also having obtained the origin of blood, this greatly strengthened Yi Yuan's bloodline power. Following that, this wandering the divine space was also successfully cultivated. Of course, this kind of success naturally could not compare to Meteon's style back then. But with Hegemon Cloudmount's help, it was enough. Seeing this bunch of hegemon's shocked appearances, Hegemon Cloudmount felt the delight of having taken revenge. Your father's disciple is amazing. You all, this bunch of fellows, I'll take care of you all sooner or later. Yi Yuan landed in a large hall with a look of surprise. Within the great hall, a group of people seemed to be currently paying homage, and he rashly barged inside just like that. The group of people also looked toward him with baffled faces. Where did this guy pop out from? Yi Yuan's gaze swept over the hall. This place was an empty cave that was opened up into a great hall by someone. Above the great hall, there was just a giant statue that was enshrined, looking valiant and thriving with an imposing appearance. This statue's face was actually somewhat blurry. However, Yi Yuan still felt that this statue looked somewhat familiar. The powerhouses in the great hall finally reacted. Following that, it was a frenzied killing intent. The group of powerhouses rushed over indiscriminately. The bloody aura on Yi Yuan's body was too thick. It could not help from the people's eyes and ears at all. The strength of the cultivators in the hall was not weak. The strongest was a lower Emperor Cloud Heaven. Just now, this roar was given off by him. Apart from this Emperor Cloud Heaven, there were still many true sovereign heaven powerhouses in the Great Hall. It could be seen that the strength of this sect was not weak. Yi Yuan currently had a lot of means, but sovereign realm to emperor realm was a huge threshold. He was currently far from being an emperor realm powerhouse's match. Even if it was a lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would encounter such danger the moment he came out of the barrier of heavens. This sect was clearly extremely hostile to the blood race. At this time, the pressure of Emperor Realm was fully released, rushing toward Yi Yuan crazily. The other true sovereign heavens also followed closely behind, cutting off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Behind him, the barrier of heavens had already recovered. Yi Yuan entered a wolf den all of a sudden, with no path of retreat at all. Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the statue, and a flash of inspiration came to him. He yelled loudly, "Hang Yang!" This yell was indeed useful. That Emperor Cloud Heaven's figure stopped, looking at Yi Yuan uncertainly as he said, "You should have came out of the barrier of heavens. Why would you know Ancestor's name?" Yi Yuan secretly let out a sigh in relief, thinking to himself that old man Cloudmount saved his life. Of course, the danger had not passed yet. If the bloody aura on his body could not be explained clearly, it would likely still be death. Yi Yuan looked at that Emperor Cloud Heaven and said, "Hang Yang is your ancestor. Then this place is still the Sublime Pill sect." The Emperor Cloud Heaven's suspicions grew stronger, and he said with a nod, "That's right. Sect Master, what are you being long-winded with this bloodkin for? Ancestor Hang Yang died, at the hands of the blood race. Let's kill him and avenge ancestor. These few years, how many people of our Sublime Pill sect had been killed by the blood race? Sect master, stop talking crap with him. Yi Yuan's appearance made these people burn with rage. These also let Yi Yuan realize that most likely the blood race was already wreaking havoc in nihility exceeding balance, heaven too, but the sect master waved his hand and said, "Let him finish speaking." Seeing the sect master's attitude, Yi Yuan's heart calmed down significantly. The moment he came out, he felt that this status looked very familiar. At that time, he had not reacted to it yet, but he suddenly recalled that before coming, Hegemon Cloudmount told him that he came to nihility exceeding balance, heaven, 70,000 years ago to travel. When he just came out of the barrier of heavens, he had once casually given pointers to a youth before. That youth was Hang Yang, the Sublime Pill sect back then. The strongest person was merely limitless sublime heavenly stratum. It was unbelievably weak. The Hang Yang back then was even just lesser sublime heavenly stratum realm. He was also an outcast in the sect. However, this Hang Yang was extremely diligent, hiding in this cave alone and practicing superfluous Tao techniques. Hegemon Cloudmount had his interest aroused and casually gave Hang Yang some pointers. What kind of existence was Hegemon Cloudmount? To a lesser sublime heavenly stratum, his casual giving of pointers was enough to benefit for life. However, a lesser sublime heavenly stratum was just an ant-like existence to a Hegemon realm. Hegemon Cloudmount naturally would not waste much time on him. He stayed in the Sublime Pill sect for 5 days, then directly left. The events afterward, Cloudmount could not be bothered to care at all. Before coming, Hegemon Cloudmount covered all details, no matter how trivial, telling Yi Yuan about everything that he had seen and heard in nihility exceeding balance heaven. Fortunately, Yi Yuan reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would already be dead. As for this statue, it was actually greatly different from Cloudmount, so Yi Yuan did not recognize it for some time too. A lesser sublime Hegemon realm. Even if a Hegemon realm was standing in front of him, he could not see his features clearly either. What Hang Yang saw was just a blur. In reality, if Hegemon Cloudmount did not do it deliberately, even Yi Yuan would not be able to see his appearance clearly too. This level of existence, every movement and action was Tao, not reaching Emperor realm. One would not be able to see anything at all. Clearly, just 5 days of guidance, but Hang Yang forged a path that led to heaven, letting a puny little Sublime Pill sect become a major sect. Judging from the sect master's attitude, he knew some things. Yi Yuan looked at the sect master, casually took out the treasured glass tobacco pouch, and said, "Since you know something, then you should know about this, right?" The sect master's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, This is impossible. How can you have this tobacco pouch?" Actually, Hang Yang's strongest impression of Cloudmount was when he was smoking his tobacco pouch. At that moment, Cloudmount was akin to a god from heaven. Blasphemy was not tolerated. Only all the way until many years later did he know what kind of existence Cloudmount was. However, Cloudmount's scene of smoking the tobacco pouch could not be sculptured even when Hang Yang was at his prime. This statue did not have a tobacco pouch, but he replicated a tobacco pouch in addition, to pay homage. The sect master knew about this. The treasured glass tobacco pouch in Yi Yuan's hand was identical with what Hang Yang replicated. Therefore, the sect master was shocked. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sigh, "If my guesses are correct, Hang Yang should be considered my senior apprentice brother. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.